All right. Okay, so relaunch is happening, and a lot of smoke is moving around on the stage. Maybe let's just go to that. So we have Biso still. Okay. Biso's still working some stuff out. We have Sens pouring. We have Sebi looking a little bit pensive. So we'll go to Sens because he's 53-4 almost. Okay. A lot to take in here. A lot to take in. So this score is getting saved because it is an improvement over what was there before. Interesting stuff going on, that's for sure. So he is opting the harbor info route. Maybe for those who are not familiar, this competition has some limits on clocks, and some of those clocks, I'll try to keep it as generic as possible so it's not too technical. Some of those clocks, there's no effective monitoring in OS other than hardware info. I think it's called, aren't they called the NGU? One of these days I'm going to get it right. NGU D2D, which is something like Infinity Fabric, which is a new thing that Intel introduced for Arrow Lake. And when this competition was jointly designed by the judges and HarborBot, the HarborBot judges and G.SKILL, they decided they would implement a clock limit for this clock, and therefore, in order for your screenshot to be complete, or in order for your score to be valid, let's say, you have to either show that clock up on boot, and then every score produced post boot is valid, or just take a little bit of extra time and open up the hardware info window and include it in your screenshot. Those are the two options. Right, so Sen's still chilling a bit, like just messing around a little bit. He's going to rerun, so we'll bring you that.
Yeah, I'm getting quite a bit of latency, so I'm not going to be able to keep up with you as well as I'd like. But yeah, he definitely posted up a good score. I'm going to keep an eye on HardwareBot to see when it gets subbed. So yeah, Sen's posted, we've got 4 subs in now. Stage 1 has Sebi at 5200 for memory frequency with dual DIMM. And Sen's has stage 3, which is Geekbench 3 multi-core. We saw that it's only his 53,070, so he has a better score theoretically to post up. And he also put up a 7-zip score of 83,000. We saw that one go up as well. So definitely getting some scores up. Can't wait till we see Biso get a couple scores up as well, and hopefully we can see a little bit of overlap and see where these guys line up.
Right. Okay, well, thanks for the feedback on the latency. Even though I have 3 screens in front of me, I don't have the screen real estate nor the CPU power left on my streaming rig to monitor my own stream. So I'll take your word for it. So what I've just done is I apologize. Well, they won't be able to hear this, but I apologize to the people who were on G.SKILL official YouTube. I've just, for the moment, disabled that restream, and it would be appreciated if we can get some feedback on whether the latency is getting better or worse or staying the same way. Yeah, so still plenty of people hanging out in chat even with that channel now disabled. We're seeing a 7-zip. Okay, Vinster stream is laggy. Interesting. I'll go through. Is it video and audio that are laggy? I'd appreciate some feedback to that. I am trying to kill as many things on my side as humanly possible. Okay. Audio is fine. Okay, as long as... Because there's never much movement on the video side of things, right? Like we're just watching someone on a desktop. So as long as audio is still coming through, I'm happy with that. Yeah. A lot of things going on.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of laggy video too, guys. Just bear with us. We'll try and get this sorted out. But in the meantime, you can at least typically see the scores as they get posted. So 83.5 for 7-zip is another improvement for Sens. He currently has an 83.3 posted, so a very good score. And like I said, that's an improvement over yesterday as well. So he's making the bar so high for these other guys to reach. It's going to be very interesting to see what they start posting. Let's see here.
Bitrate is low. Okay. Yeah, I can look through a few different things. Maybe I'm getting throttled. So Slovak Killer, you're on Twitch. I'm gonna have to see whether that's a Twitch specific thing. A lot of moving parts here. I can disable local recording. I don't really want to do that. Counterintuitively, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce bitrate. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, sadly, the wired LAN right in this building has picked now of all times to no longer be reliable. So with that feedback of the low bitrate, thanks Slovak Killer, I'm now sort of putting in place some countermeasures. You should be seeing less lag now, lower quality but less lag, but it looks like it's fixed now. Okay, so I've cut the bitrate into thirds. I'm now at 2 Mbit instead of 6, but stable. So 2 Mbit stable is a lot better than 6 Mbit unstable. So we'll work with that, and maybe later on I'll try to slowly increase it again and see if the LAN has recovered. Really interesting. I wonder if they have some sort of quality of service throttling or something, because all week long this Ethernet connection gave me 110 megabit upload, so I'm very surprised that it's struggling with 6 now.
Yeah, it's just all of CES just taking up all the bandwidth in all of Taiwan. That seems to be what's going on here.
Oh, you mean Computex? CES is in Las Vegas.
sorry, you're right. Computex. My bad. I absolutely did not mess that up. So we see Biso seems to be at least in BIOS. Sebi is in OS and Sens is in OS, both benching. If I had it, I think Sebi is doing. Is that Super Pi? I could be wrong.
Well, I'm a little bit ahead of you, and a crash has happened in between the time that you started talking about Sebi and and now. So I've now switched to Sens, as he's the only one benching and he's on 7-zip. Rinster says Matt needs another beer. I guess it is beer o'clock where you are. It's like 10 p.m. or something. Yeah, get yourself another beer, mate.
I could, but currently I've got a Red Bull on my desk because I've got to stay up We'll see. We'll see towards the. I actually don't have any real beer. I've got some near beer here, but I don't have any actual beer at my house right now. So won't be able to fully partake in that. Looks like Sen's got a crash as well. So this is crash-tastic as far as I can tell. Everyone's struggling with stability right now.
Even me, and I'm just a streamer. I'm not even benching. Vinster is up at 3 a.m. Wow, that's impressive. Is that like U.S. West Coast time or something? Or like Hawaii almost, right? Like that's like
I believe that's UK actually.
Oh, okay, true. I'm sort of missing all of the comp right now because of everything else that I'm doing. However, it does appear to me that there's not much going on, so that's good.
Yeah, but everyone seems to be struggling with stability. I saw a blue screen on Sen's screen there just for a moment, so definitely struggle bus in here. But like you said, they've got quite a bit of time. So what, another 4.5 hours, or no, 4 hours or so, something like that.
Indeed. Yeah. So I'm monitoring all the things. I believe stream health is better now. Maybe not perfect, but a lot better than it was, at least according to what OBS is telling me. So on that basis, I've brought the 4th channel back up. So that was G.SKILL official. Just let me know if things deteriorate again, and I can take some countermeasures.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely interesting. Yeah, they're talking. Stream has definitely become more stable for me as well. So helping out a lot. Sen's looks like, is that Pi Prime? I'm trying to see what he's running.
I'll switch. There you go. 7-zip.
7-zip, okay. That's one where he's already got a pretty good score. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can improve. If I were in his shoes, honestly, I'd be moving on. He's got Geek 3, he's got 7-zip. He needs to move on, in my opinion, to Super Pi. Throw up a good score there. And then maybe a Valid. Because he's definitely got good settings for all this stuff. It would be very... I would basically, if I were in Sen's shoes, be like, okay, guys, try and beat this. And while the other 2 competitors are working on that, he's working on the other 2 stages that are going to be a bit more complicated. So
blue screen.
We'll see how this plays out
for Sen's. I'm feeling a little bit of positive energy with Biso because I can spot that he's in BIOS, even though he's the furthest away bencher. I believe things are starting to move in the right direction for him. So I appreciate that we haven't shown him at all so far. The reason we haven't shown him is because he hasn't been benching. But as soon as his rig is in OS, I'll switch over there as soon as I find out about that, basically.
Yeah, he definitely pulled out all the stops yesterday and put up some great scores. So he's not out of the running just because he showed up a bit late. And hasn't started benching quite yet. I don't count him out. All of these competitors are extremely talented. There's a reason they're on the top stage. And as we've already witnessed a little bit today, there's more left in the tank from what they showed us yesterday. So we don't know really where these guys are going to peak out.
Yeah, and I am very cautiously increasing the stream bitrate in 500 kilobit increments. I believe I have some sort of idea of what may have kicked in there. So it's something called traffic shaping or quality of service, QoS. Very technical terms, but maybe the event space we're in kind of detected how much bandwidth I was using and started to throttle me. I don't know where that limit is. It's even hard for me to know. I mean, I could try and bring up Task Manager and check the throughput on my network card, The reason I say I don't know how much bandwidth I'm using is because, I mean, I can multiply by 4 to get a rough estimate, right? Like OBS tells me my true bitrate per stream, but whether that's truly 4 times as much, who knows? Like maybe one of the streaming platforms does something funky, but yeah. So at the point where we were starting to see throttling, I was most likely sending. So audio is on top of the bit rate that you set. So I was sending 8 times 4. I was sending 32 megabits of upload, and I can understand the event space's concern with that. That's a lot of bandwidth. So I'm trying to be respectful to everyone else at this space, and keeping my bandwidth a little bit in the more reasonable category of, I'm probably doing about 11 megabits now. Okay, that's all boring stuff. 32M for Sens. What's going on?
Yeah, Salty made a comment in the Twitch chat that he should move on. That's kind of what I was iterating to. And so I think that's what he's doing. I think he's taking my advice, whether he knows it or not, to just post up some strong scores for all of the stages that are repeats from yesterday, and then move on to the harder stuff. Hopefully that's what he's doing. I think that's the play for him. And we'll see what his results are. I can actually, this is the fun one because you can actually see how the loops compare. So let me pull up Sens' score from yesterday in SuperPi 32M, where he won by just the slimmest of margins. He's a 47.7, and yesterday he was at 45.9. Where he was yesterday. So this is not the best setup for 32M, it would seem. Seems like he might need to move some timings around in order to get the best performance for 32M.
Yeah, for sure.
Just gonna keep an eye on this. Loop 7 is 1 minute 22.2. He was at 1 minute 19.0. So yeah, he even saw, he's like, this is not a good run. So he closed it out. I don't think that was a crash. And looks like he's moving on. He's going to retry 7-zip. I'm not sure why. He's got a good score there. I think this is not the best use of time on his part. What would be the logic?
Matt, I as a German can say this. Germans, we're all perfectionists, you know, we always do a little bit too much work on everything. So Sens is also German, and I believe that's what's currently kicking in. From what I can tell, Biso is still in BIOS, right? Should we give Sebi a little bit of time, because I think he's doing valids. Is this is the 4 channel valid? This is really interesting. Sadly, he just had a crash, but yeah, let's keep an eye on Sebi.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing something a bit unique here, so I'm going to be happy to see how he does. Let's see here, 55-12. I think he already posted a better score than that. Or no, that's exactly what he had before. So it looks like he's just trying to see where the stability is. And this can come down to multiple things. It can come down to memory stick limit, an IMC limit, especially when you're pushing that much memory at that high of a frequency. The limit here could definitely be multiple places, and there's different things you can do to fix that. You can increase your IMC voltage, you can go colder on your chip, you can increase your memory voltage, and sometimes even decreasing some of those voltages will ultimately help you. So it's going to be a bit of work to find the sweet spot in this particular stage. And I like that Sebi is opting for this one first. I know that I said Sen should be opting for the repeat stages, but that's because he had the highest scores.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but you know, viewers may not be aware, but I'm a little bit ahead of you since I get the raw feed from the cameras and capture cards, and you're working off of stream delay. But I just saw pop up some command line magic that he runs, and It's also quite interesting that he chooses to locate his CPU Z in the root folder of C. Am I seeing that right? That is some wild stuff.
Yeah, and I believe he's using the BCLK function on the motherboard.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he's reaching the same just the same spot every time and getting instability. So I wonder what he's doing between runs to try and improve on his score. But it definitely seems like he's crashing at the same spot every time. But you're right. These are some really weird tweaks I've never seen for Valid. I might have to pick his brain later and say, hey, what are you doing here that's making this so...
Yeah, we have Mr. Perfectionist Sens back in OS. Let's just have a quick look at what he's doing. I'm super interested. I'm impartial, and I feel like Matt also is impartial. I'm super interested in this quad channel, or AKA dual DIMM Valid that Sebi is working on. 7-zip we already saw in previous days, but this stage that Sebi is working on, it's just really crazy stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm not understanding the continuous reruns in 7-zip. He's got a really strong score already. And okay, as a perfectionist, as a German, like what is going through your mind? Is it just like you think there's more on the table, so you're gonna keep running till you get every little bit out?
I can't pretend to know what he's thinking. Sometimes there's a few different things that can happen. Sometimes you just get like a sixth sense that there's something left, and you want that something, even if that's an irrational thought. Maybe that's what he's currently going through. But you're right, and whoever else in chat was saying it. I do believe that he is probably now at the point where he should move on, in a totally rational sense of how you're supposed to run, run your schedule. Let's say within a comp, he should probably move on. Let's see if Sebi is doing something. Still figuring things out. Biso still in BIOS. So we have like opposite ends. It was a better 7-zip, yeah. We have opposite ends of the spectrum at opposite ends of the stage. On the right-hand side, Mr. Perfectionist. On the left-hand side, Biso, the procrastinator in chief, still not producing any scores. I'm impressed in all the right and wrong ways in how he's approaching his competition. This is crazy stuff. Okay, in OS we've got Sens. Let's go back. He's getting most of the airtime, but just so you know, guys, in terms of how little or much we've covered the benchers, my priority right now is, and I'm the one at the controls, as soon as we get anything at all from Biso, we're definitely going over there, because that's a fascinating story that's developing there. Second priority, simply because of the crazy benchmark he's working on, it will be Sebi. And for right now, even though he's the favorite, he won most of the preliminary stages, but for right now, the bencher who's currently on the screen, Sens, will be our lowest priority, simply because of what the other two are doing or not doing. In the case of Biso, not doing, certainly, right now. I still see BIOS. I see a blank screen for Sebi. That looks like a flash screen. Is he reflashing right now? This guy is just off the wall. So he should go like to like I don't know, some sort of like study of people's brains to have that figured out. Why his brain works so completely differently to everyone else who's on the stage right now.
I'm sorry, I had stepped away for a moment. Who's reflashing? Is that Sebi?
I believe it's Biso. It's hard to tell,
Biso.
But there's some sort of BIOS screen currently up on his screen, and I believe it's a flash screen. Let's see. Oh no, he's setting timings. Okay, so he is. Sorry, my eyesight or the resolution of the camera just are not cooperating there. Let's go back to Sens for a little while.
Yeah, Sens is the only one working on scores at the moment, it would seem. And it this doesn't mean anything, guys. There's still quite a few hours left, and as we saw yesterday, Sebi and Biso both pulled out all the stops right at the end. So, yes, he's still doing 7-zip. I really think this is not an efficient use of his time. He improved his score by last time by like 40 points or something in 7-zip. And I'm not sold on it.
I mean, we're sort of criticizing him in some ways for doing what he's doing, but we have to point out he's still the bencher who is doing the second most work right now. Biso is doing even less than him, so as much as he's probably being a bit slow with how he's benching, he's knocking out scores and improvements, whereas Biso is still setting stuff in BIOS. So yeah, fascinating stuff all around. Sebi, take our energy. Please take our energy. He's looking a bit pensive. He's looking a bit lost, if I can describe it that way. I hope he can turn things around.
Yeah, that's the one downside. Something you mentioned yesterday about going for valids is it's typically the most dangerous for your hardware to try for, and so it would be concerning if he was actually ruining his chances of getting out other scores by potentially damaging his hardware. I don't think we're there yet. I was definitely worried about that yesterday, and my concerns were ill-founded by the end. But you're always running that risk when you're overclocking something quite so hard. So just keep in mind, like, anything can happen. There can be condensation. You can run too much voltage. And I will say this, Sebi has been known to kill some hardware. He puts out amazing scores, but he does have a bit of a reputation. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so Salty, the current world record holder in memory frequency, so he should know. His opinion is he should start with valid. So there you go. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to think about it, whether I'm sort of fully on board with that opinion. But there's some sense in it, right? Like, because valid is so different to the other benches. Depending on how your mind works, maybe it makes sense to get rid of it. Get some scores done in it initially, and then you can kind of almost throw away that BIOS profile and load an actual benching one, which will have different timings, different everything basically, and then knock out the other stages. So there's a reboot happening for Sens. Does that mean he's moving on to a different benchmark? Let's take a look.
Yeah,
oh my god, he's still on 7. Oh no, it's Super Pi, sorry. He's doing Super Pi. Okay, let's watch one run. Sorry to interrupt you. What were you about to say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, this goes to just show, like, and I'm gonna make another Formula One analogy here, but
I love them.
Just like just like race car drivers have different driving styles. Like, is there a theoretical best way to do it? Yes, but your different benching styles are definitely going to dictate, like, how you get your results, and there is no one that is technically correct. If it works for you, then do it. So our criticisms are just based on how we would do things, but that's definitely not necessarily optimal. What it looks like Sens is doing is checking different threads for Super Pi to see which one is actually going to perform the best. So those who aren't in the know in extreme overclocking, you can basically apply affinity to a specific core on your CPU, so that the benchmark is running on a specific core. And when it comes to pretty much every benchmark that is single threaded, you want to apply that to a core that is not your first core, because most of your operating system work happens on your first core, and sometimes even a little bit on your second core. So moving the benchmark to your third, fourth, fifth, or sixth core can yield you significant improvements. But I don't know if I've seen situations where moving beyond like the third core ultimately yields better results. Have you seen anything like that?
I'm going to say no, but I also have to qualify that with I don't usually compete in clock limited competitions, and the rules that apply to unlimited competitions are pretty different to clock limited, because clock limited you're sort of searching for that last millisecond or whatever. Unlimited, you have maybe other priorities like the best mount on your CPU pod, optimizing your voltage, optimizing your LLC, that kind of stuff. So I think he's certainly justified in trying it. I don't think he should necessarily spend too much time on it, but 30 seconds here or there are certainly justified in my opinion.
Yeah, especially since he's the only one benching right now, putting up scores. I don't want to make it sound like he's got more time to play with than the others, but I feel like he's treating it like that, and because Biso hasn't put up any scores, he does have a bit of an advantage over Biso, at least in that regard.
Yeah, but we all remember what happened yesterday with Biso, right? He just came from behind, and he had the come from behind qualification run up for the century or the millennium. So yeah, maybe, you know, yeah, I don't want to speculate too much, but he could even be kind of playing mind games, you know? He could be not intentionally delaying the first result, but how should I put this? Kind of front loading his schedule with stuff that doesn't produce a result but helps him set up his system and his profiles. You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah,
I could imagine a scenario where you have a BIOS profile per bench. I believe they were allowed to keep the BIOS profile on there. So at the very start of the, I should check with the judges, but my understanding is that at the very start, 3 days ago, they had to go in with a totally wiped CMOS, like BIOS, like absolutely everything wiped, and basically clean OSs provided by the judges. But to the best of my knowledge, since then they've been allowed to build BIOS profiles and keep them. So in a sense, what I'm suggesting that Biso may be doing is not as useful as it could be, because he'll already have profiles for the benches that were previously part of the competition. But maybe he's just spending a lot of time building profiles for the new benches. Who knows? I'm just trying to give him all of the benefit of the doubt, for the same reasons that I'm also not yet very critical of Senz's approach, because he still has time. But as things move on, if Senz keeps doing what he's doing and Biso keeps doing what he's doing, I feel like we'll have to start saying that that's the wrong approach.
Yeah, I mean, why was he opening X265? That's not even a bench for the competition. That's very strange.
This is a meme. On one of the days that you weren't able to join me, Senz had just a massive, how would I put it politely, like a lapse of judgment, or a lapse of recall, because he was really struggling to remember, what's this? What is he doing?
Let's find out.
He's managed to change the... He has to open command in admin mode. So you were on a little bit of a delay, but at one point there he was hammering like just random like slashes and semicolons and stuff into the command line. So he must have inadvertently changed the keyboard layout on his keyboard to like Korean or something.
Oh my gosh.
And and then he spotted it, and he deleted everything, and he he managed to set things back to QWERTY, but then that admin was not in admin. Sorry, that command line window was not in admin mode, so the command didn't go through. It said access denied. So, but now I appreciate that you're on a stream delay. Now I believe he does have a command line open in admin mode. He's able to apply it. Hopefully he now remembers to reboot, because that would be like borderline comical if he now didn't reboot. Reboot, dude. Please reboot. What are you doing? He's now in system settings?
Oh man. This is one of those things you just do not want to have to deal with right now.
Okay, he's just disabled execution protection, like DEP, I think it's called. And maybe he's doing that now because he's about to do a reboot and he's just batching up different changes he's making. Please reboot, dude. Yes. My prayers. Oh, he got a blue screen on reboot. He has to do all of this all over again. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. How does that even happen? You know what happened? He didn't, I believe he didn't pour in all that time where he was struggling with his keyboard, and his temps were so high that his rig just crashed even idling on the desktop.
Yeah.
I kind of feel for him now. I'm fascinated by this story, but also Sebi's back in OS, so I want to move over to Sebi as soon as possible. But this is crazy stuff. He's now got to remember to open an admin level command line, reapply BCD edit, then go back into system settings, reapply disable execute protection, then reboot, and do all that while managing temperatures and not getting another blue screen. But he's moving on to something else. I struggle to understand his train of thought. Earlier on, he was going really slowly. Or is that just yeah, okay, that was a stability test, which is fair. Now he's opening the admin command line. He's using the right keyboard layout. Oh no, what is this? Are you seeing it? Or you have a delay, but... I'm lost
delayed,
for words.
so
I'm lost for
I'm
words.
having to...
I'm totally lost for words. I don't understand. Like, so he's somehow managed to, on 2 consecutive boots, have the keyboard layout be something completely unrecognizable. I don't understand. I mean, this is really wild stuff.
At this point, unless he's got a lot of settings saved in that particular OS, I would just reflash, because this seems like a big waste of time. I think it's in his best interest to get a fresh OS, make whatever tweaks he needs to do. Maybe he got it this time, but that seems like a lot of work for something that shouldn't be
insane gear to performance, but can't properly use command. This is, I mean, I'm learning so much. Oh, here's Niels. The guy in the gray hair is, what's his HiRobot username again? He's German. His first name is Niels. Oh my god, how am I not remembering this? Let me look it up, because I haven't actually spotted him at the stage until now. I'm looking through my Facebook right now. He's with Seasonic, I think. So he's with Seasonic. Oof, someone in chat will know. Yeah, Bones, it seems like the OS is defaulting to the wrong keyboard layout, but that doesn't make any sense because these OSs are all identical and they're all provided by the judges. What is going on? Okay, so I'm just going to summarize Sens and then I'm going to move on to Sebi. It appears as though he's now finally managed to apply HPT. I didn't spot him reapplying the execute protection tweak, but if he misses it, he's probably going to see it in his benches. We'll come back to him when we can, but now let's check on Sebi. Sebi's doing Geek, but he's down a lot. Wow, he's restarting. Okay, still no Biso. That's crazy. What is Biso doing? What a madman. Take our energy.
Yeah, this is pretty intense. Not exactly how I expected the first almost 2 hours of the competition to go. I was expecting to see a lot more scores posted up. We'll see how these guys manage throughout the rest of the competition, but I how would you be approaching this? Would you be setting up all of your different things first, or would you be knocking out one score at a time and doing the best you can in each of those with a certain allotting yourself a certain amount of time?
I'm going to give a really unsatisfying answer, which is going to be I'll use my sixth sense. Now that's a really I appreciate that's a really unsatisfying answer, but I feel like you can't really consciously, like, there's so much going on. I don't believe that you can consciously dedicate any sort of brain real estate to managing your time. I think what you have to do is you have to just work on the benchmark as quickly as possible without making mistakes. And then at a certain point, you just get that kind of gut feeling that you have to move on, and you just move on, and it's just like an instinctual thing. I don't think, like, the way I would approach this, I would not like keep a timer on my phone or something. Well, I don't think they're allowed phones anyway, because that's, note taking. But let's just imagine a hypothetical scenario where phones are allowed, or like a little stopwatch is allowed. I still wouldn't use that. I would just try and get a feel for how I'm doing, how the progress is from run to run to run. Like, am I going backwards or forwards or staying the same? And as soon as things are flatlining, I would probably, in the back of my mind, kind of mentally prepare what I got to do for the next bench. And then at a certain point, just hit the switch and just do all the things. That would be my approach. What would be your approach?
I would probably see, this is the weird thing. I would probably throw up really bad scores for everything and then go one at a time. And if I wasn't improving somewhere, I would move on to the next benchmark. One thing I want to point out, Salty also pointed this out. I'm watching his current, Senza's current SuperPi run versus his one yesterday, and he's just barely ahead of where he was yesterday, and he took the gold yesterday. So this is what I was saying. Throw up a solid score in all of these repeat stages and get those locked in. So currently, Loop 9, he's at 141.099. And before, he was at 141.054. So it looks like he's actually slowed down a little bit, but not by much.
Okay, Sebi is, I believe, in OS. Let's give him his due. What's going on? Okay, he's applying tweaks. Oh. Is command line Geekbench allowed in this comp? That's news to me. I'm not saying it isn't. I just didn't know either way. That's what he's doing. And this is the kind of risk I would not take, because all that command line Geek does, I still would, yeah, someone has just pointed out that it is allowed. I still wouldn't take this risk, because all that command line Geek does is it skips half of the tests, which for Geekbench 4, 5, and 6 is significant. But Geekbench 3 is so short anyway, I don't really see the point of it. Now, the one caveat to that is, if I'm not saying this is the case, but if there were to be a Geekbench 3 single subtest that somehow is more crash prone or heavier on your system than the multi-tests, then of course skipping single makes sense. But I don't believe that's the case. So as it stands, all that this command line Geek is doing is saving approximately 15 seconds per run, which I don't feel like is a lot, but maybe Sebi feels differently. What's your take on this?
Well, I find that interesting to hear from you, because you're the kind of guy who likes saving 15 seconds wherever he can. Mark would definitely appreciate that kind of approach as well. I would definitely agree, unless there is some tangible benefit to it. I would not. I would just run the benchmark the way it is in the wrapper. The
We're
score
just
he
back
put
in time to see the end of Sens's 32M, but continue your train of thought, please.
I was just going to say, Sebi put up a solid score, but not a great score in Geekbench. So as of the scores that were put up yesterday, the Geekbench score he just threw up would have netted him 4th place, which was where Biso was yesterday. So he's well behind Sens at the moment, but I think it's still a good idea to get that score. I don't know if it's saved. That's the scary part. But Sens is currently, I can't see, the chat is over top of it, 4 minute 25. I think he's a little bit behind where he was yesterday.
So I'm ahead of you. The score is currently being saved. From memory, 432.7 is a solid score. So it's definitely worth saving. Yeah, so things are sort of progressing, right? Like we're starting to see actual scores being put up. He's putting his hardware info in there. Okay, he just knocked out a 32M that is only 15 milliseconds below what he had yesterday, yet still good enough. How should I put this? Had it been subbed yesterday, this would have been good enough to win the stage. So really, really, really strong. Oh, here we go. He's going to apply the execute protection thing again. I'm not going to pretend to know which benchmarks it has the biggest effect in. He's using the menus to get to this. It's all really awkward. I would do this differently. But the fact that he is remembering a tweak that he applied previously but wasn't actually applied due to a really, really late blue screen, I'm giving him a lot of credit now. Some people would forget that in the heat of the moment, I think. Back to Sebi. He's doing stuff. Oh, 7-zip. $82.9. Zeus is pointing out no Explorer kill for 32M. I don't think that does anything in a bench made at 32M, does it? Explorer kill.
I mean, I would give it a shot if it netted you anything, but I'm not sure how much it actually gives you. You said that Sebi's doing 7-zip?
Yeah, he's just under 83, which that's not amazing, but that is a very solid placeholder score for sure.
Yeah, that's if he's just under 83, that definitely puts him far behind yesterday's rankings. That put him in 7th from yesterday. So it's a placeholder. You kind of need those. You do not want to get to the point where you get to the end of the competition, you accidentally you get condensation on your board and you can't boot, and you're just missing one score. I really think that filler scores are vital to a competition, and I think if Yi is still watching, he would definitely appreciate that. He's the king of filler scores in competitions. But get those in and then move on, try to improve. That's always have a starting point and then work your way up from there. I think that's a really good strategy.
We've just got a few well-known benches in front of the stage that I'll introduce. So, well, there's the judge, Young Pro, in the glasses and the blue shorts. Next to him with the big beard is the Rock 77, Aussie bencher, who was on the world record stage yesterday for Gigabyte, together with High Cookie and Surgeman. And we had Paul as well, but he's just disappeared from view. And sort of leaning over the stage with the glasses, talking to Sebi, is Surgeman, now being obscured by some condensation coming off of Sens's pot as Sens gets a blue screen. I think that's everyone. I want to check on Biso, but I feel like he's not really in OS right now. Interesting. Let's go Sebi then, while Sens is booting. So worst run for him here, 82.2. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to improve on that to a pretty big degree. In 7-zip, we'll see what he's able to pull out. This is one where he should spend a bit of time focusing on. He's currently got 2 stages locked in. Obviously, it's very early. The others haven't even subbed for those stages, so we'll see how this plays out.
829, no improvement. Now applying some more InOS tweaks using the Intel tool.
Yeah, it's always fascinating to watch what these guys are doing with tweaks. He's moving the 7-zip. Oh, that's one of the files. So he's saving to the flash drive his score just so he can have one up. Very good, very smart move. Increasing the BCLK just by a hair. That's in order. So for those of you who don't know, that's gonna get the BCLK nets you frequency in everything, in your ring, in your memory frequency, and your core frequency. And there is a limit of 6 gigahertz with a wiggle room of 5 megahertz at the very end. So he's really trying to squeeze out as much there as he can.
Yeah, he's going to save this run. He's got an 83.2 roughly, and that's an improvement on his previous 82.9 something. So that's good. I don't really know who else. Sen's spent a lot of time on this bench, right? Or was it Pi Prime? I would imagine that Sen's run is better, but this gives Sebi a solid second, I was about to say, but we don't really know what's going on with Biso, so all of this might be like academic, right? If Biso can't get his rig running at all, second doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get gold, so.
Yeah, so for the first time in 2 hours, I'm looking at the comp rankings right now, and Sebi isn't okay. MIPS. He's 500 down on Sen. Sen has an 83.6. So yeah, maybe just to sort of catch people up on the stages which have 2 scores. I mean, I'm giving Biso all my energy, but I feel like we kind of have to ignore him for now because he's just not doing anything. So I'm going to talk about this as being a 2-horse race for the minute, and if he comes in, then he comes in. The stages that currently have judge-validated scores from both benchers, i.e. Sens and Sebi, are Geek and 7-zip. And in both stages, Sens is first and Sebi is second. The margins are not huge. 800 points in Geek and 600 points in 7-zip. Wow. Okay. Let's go back to Sebi. I have to be really careful about talking about Biso at all, because I just caught him in bias, and that sort of seems a little bit like how would you say progress, but we've been talking about progress for Biso for 2 hours now, and not a single score of any sort has been produced, or if it's been produced, it hasn't been subbed by the judges, and if it's not subbed by the judges, it may as well not exist because they have to look over it. So as much as I'm a Biso fan, things are looking very troubling.
Yeah, I'm really hoping he can pull something out. I don't know if he's having stability issues. It'd be very interesting to hear what's going on over there. But we're at this point, we can only speculate. So this is currently Sebi doing 7-zip. He needs to improve there. I think you said he got an 83.2. So that's definitely a big improvement from his 82.9 that's subbed on Hardware Bot right now. But he's got a long way to go before catching up to Sens.
Right. Yeah, it's Ooh, what's this reg edit tweak that he's about to apply? I can't spot it. Wow, this is crazy. Yeah, this is all just hex codes. I have no idea what's going on here.
I'm wondering did these guys actually go through all of these things to try and figure out what nets them performance here? Like, this is nothing I would even dream about going through to try and find a little bit of performance, but maybe somebody that's got a better understanding of how operating systems work might be able to find this a lot easier. What are your thoughts?
Zeus just says Sebi's a machine. Yeah, I think he is. I mean, that's why they're the best in the world, right? Like, in any sport, let's say, in any kind of competition, you, at a certain point, you reach a level where most people don't understand anymore what you're doing. And I feel like we've reached that point here with Sebi. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, it's funny because in other sports, the people that cast them tend to be former world champions or just high performing athletes that have retired and are now casting the particular events. You and I don't really fall into that category. We are benchers, but we are definitely, I don't think either of us have ever held the status of top bencher in the world or world champions
no,
in
any
way. So, we're kind of not, in that respect, the most qualified casters, so to speak. We can speak to things on a relatively informed level, but at some point
breaking news, Matt. Breaking news. We have Biso in OS. Take our energy. You've just spent, I'm going to use the word spent. You've just spent the first 2 hours, not wasted. You've spent the first 2 hours. Now you have 3 hours left. What are you going to do? Show us what you got.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he starts pumping out. Is he deleting the old scores from the file so he doesn't have to look through those to get current ones? That would.
This guy's crazy. He's here on the biggest stage in the final, doing all this stuff still. Like, what is he doing? Hit run, dude. Hit run on your benchmark, please.
This is crazy. Oh man. And he's restarting. Wow. What are the odds he just comes back in the last hour without any scores and then just posts all 6 in the very last hour? I mean, that's not likely, but it's theoretically possible.
What's up with a lot of this stuff? Like, I feel like a lot of this stuff is placebo. Like, Sen's just launched Benchmate in admin mode, and I'm like, unless I'm missing something, there's no benefit. That's just one extra click. Oh, he's getting in a not exact. I'm not sure about the theory behind admin mode. I don't think that's faster. What I could imagine is that it sort of makes the application of some tweaks easier, but I don't think admin mode is faster. I think that's just, I don't know. So here's the loops coming out for 32M. I'm gonna hit refresh. We don't currently have. Oh, his existing run that we talked about is up. So he's looking to improve the only score currently up in that stage, which is fine. At least he's not back running 7-zip for the 50th time. His run is ever so slightly faster, 10 milliseconds right now, as of loop 3. Right.
Yeah, he's got a slight improvement. This is again, because he's improving. My criticism is probably not that great, but again, this falls under the category of, is this the best way to be spending your time? With improvements, yes, but don't waste too much time on stages where you've got such an incredible score. Granted, we haven't seen what Biso is going to do. He might just come out of nowhere with a gold on that stage, but at the moment it seems like, okay, you've got the best score of the weekend in multiple stages, move on to something you aren't as strong in. And we don't know that he's not strong in the other things, but there's definitely 2 stages where there's not been a lot of testing. So I think that's probably not how he should be spending his time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just had a little hunt around the 3 different competitors' systems, and you should be seeing that on your stream pretty soon. Biso had nothing. Sebi, it looked like it was about to be a boot, but then there was a blue screen on boot. So now we're back with our old friend Sens. Yeah, he's working on 32M. I mean, he's got the score display right behind him, right? So he probably has a good gauge of how slow or fast he has to go. He has scores up in 3 out of 6 stages. We're not even at the halfway point. I feel like he just has everything under control. He's cruising.
Yeah, he's not under threat from either of the competitors at the moment, and this is kind of where he was sitting most of the day yesterday as well. So he might just be in a very comfortable position, and he doesn't feel rushed to get other scores out. That's a very good point.
Yeah, as I sort of feel like we're reaching a little bit of a lull, L-U-L-L, in the competition right now. Sens is just chipping away. Biso nothing, Sebi nothing. I'm just gonna pop out of my booth for a little while, and I'll mute myself. I'm gonna have a look at the stage, but I'll leave it on this camera view, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Sounds good. I'll try to keep things occupied for the time being. Yeah, definitely seem to be a lot of people spectating there at the competition. And who can blame them? This is kind of exciting. You've got the 3 top overclockers, at least memory over. Stream die? Did we lose the stream? I'll be right back. Gentlemen, can you hear me? I think the stream is down. Okay, I'm back, so people can hear me. That's good. It definitely is showing. I'm not sure how this is working right now, but sit tight. Unity will be back shortly. I'm unfortunately, because I'm not on site, I don't see what's going on. I wonder if it's just Twitch that dropped out. I think SkatterBencher's stream might still be going. I don't know if that's current. So if you guys want to if you guys want to move on to that in the meantime, we'll see how things go. It's in his YouTube channel, so just search SkatterBencher in YouTube, and we will, we'll try see if we can get Twitch back up and going when Unity gets back. Yeah, you guys are pointing out, Vinster's pointing out SuperPi for Sens, Sebi's in BIOS. Can't quite see what Biso is doing. Definitely looks like he's pouring liquid nitrogen, but beyond that, I can't see a whole lot. Oh, Twitch is running okay. It's not running okay on my side, so let me refresh. I got to go through an ad, of course. Let's see here. But he sends us taking a picture with his phone. Maybe that's just for reference for him in the future, and hopefully he can use that as good information for his next score. I'm going to go over and to the competition page, see if there's been any new uploads. No new uploads, so still watching. F5 Subaru commercial. That's great. Yeah, so he looks like he's still working on SuperPi. Pretty good way to go. Sebi is in OS. I've got no idea where Biso is. It looks like there might be something on his screen, but Sebi is currently standing in view. Looks like Biso is in BIOS. So looks like everyone's making progress. Yeah, Sens is still working on 32M. That's an interesting strategy for him. So hopefully that works out. Hopefully he's making progress. I say that I don't think he'd keep working on it if he wasn't making progress, but we've seen that he's perfectly capable of continuing on a benchmark for longer than would seem as necessary and not making progress. I'm wondering, I genuinely wonder what his thought process is for just deciding how much time to invest in each particular bench. We're getting a little bit of lag going on. I'm not seeing the same thing.
All right, I'm back.
Streams.
Sorry. Yeah, I just had a cameo on my own stream. Where do we want to go? Biso's doing stuff as well, right? This is Biso. Let's go to Biso. He's had the least time. Yeah. Oh, blue screen. Okay, Sebi then. Am I saying things right? Is every single bencher working on 32M? Is that correct?
It would appear so, and he missed a little bit of drama. Stream dropped out for a moment, and so the chat was going crazy, but it looks like everything's back. I'm seeing Twitch is lagging a little bit, while SkatterBench's stream is holding pretty steady, so I don't know if that's a problem on Twitch's end, but that definitely seems to be an issue at the moment.
Okay, I'm doing countermeasures.
But I'll try to keep people in the loop. If, based on what I'm seeing right now, if this is Biso, looks like he might be ahead of Sens at the moment. Let's see here. Loop 7 was 119.06 for him. Loop 7, 119. Oh, so it's actually pretty close to tied right now. So it's going to be interesting to see where Biso lands. He's a little bit behind. He was a little bit ahead earlier. So definitely going to be interesting to watch the loops run here. Let's see here. Loop 10, we're at 152.186, 152.118. So he's falling behind Sens's currently posted score. We'll see if there's how that ends up going for him, but looks like it's falling behind for Biso. Oh, that's Sebi. You're right. It says it in the top right corner. What am I thinking? That's Sebi, not Biso.
So I just had a look out there, how everyone's feeling basically. But I could tell that they were all like in the middle of things, which is positive. No one had like their hands on their face or something. Facing their hands, whatever the expression is. Yeah, I just have sort of limited control over what I can do here. Like, my drop frame counter reset on OBS, yet the stream length timer is still going. I don't know how to interpret that. Like, did the stream crash or not?
I don't think it crashed. I think what happened is it went to your Twitch screen where it says, oh, he got it not exacting around. It went to your Twitch like end screen. So it made it look like it crashed.
Okay.
So
I'm just giving Biso as much airtime as possible. So this is me switching to Biso from Sebi. Take our energy, dude.
Yeah, he's on his init. He's a little bit behind, but that's not necessarily an indicator. And he's doing a retry over and over again to try to get a better result. And it doesn't look like it's going quite in his favor at the moment.
What's he doing now? Power settings? I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's tweaking right now. Be interesting to see if that affects his Super Pi run. He's also changing settings for shortcuts.
Vista compatibility mode, reduced color mode. Wow, this is really crazy stuff. I've never seen this happen before.
I haven't either. This is cool. Oh, I'm gonna have to try to remember this. Well, if it works anyway. Let's see here. That's actually slower. Let's see here. 3/124, that's an improvement. That's better. Let's see. 112.745. He's actually ahead of Sens at the moment. So this is, if this finishes, then that could definitely be a really solid score for him. So it's probably a good thing that Sens is continuing to work on his Super Pi score.
Yeah, let's just have a little overview. Are they still all on 32M? It appears so, but let's stick with Biso. He's the fascinating person to watch now.
I agree. Definitely interesting to watch. Oh, I wonder if he had a not exact and he's trying over and over again. Interesting.
NOS timings, gotta love it. That's supported on modern platforms.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like there was a window for a while of platforms that it wasn't supported on. Like there are some, like 775, you can do NOS timing changes, but I think after that, or after probably 1366 or 1156, it wasn't supported. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't think you can do that on like 1155 or 1150.
Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed, right? So DDR1, yes, you can. DDR2, yeah, I think 790X has it. So yeah, you can do it on DDR2. DDR3 is where it starts to get a bit fuzzy, and then 4 had like the least support for it, right? And then now in 5 it's coming back.
Yeah, I like to see that you have all those options. It's funny because I don't know if other people experience this, but when I very first got into overclocking, not competitive, but general overclocking, all of the rules of thumb were like, don't do NOS tweaks because it's always more stable to have them in your BIOS, and that way you don't have to reset them every time you reboot. So I always got in the habit of doing all of my tweaking in the BIOS. But when you get into the extreme levels like this, and you're not looking for like daily stability, you're just looking for enough stability to get through a benchmark, a lot of stuff can be done in OS that helps you out and gets you performance.
Here we go. We have all 3 benchers in OS. Let's see if we can just follow everything going on. This is going to be a bit hectic.
Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. All of them running 32M.
Ooh, the full screen tweak is going on. On Sebi's side, at least.
Oh, it's going to be hard to get a screenshot with the background if you do that.
So Matt, since you're really awake and not tired at all, take us through all 3 loops at the same time.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, let's go. No, Biso, Sebi. He's currently saving a score.
Biso's rebooting. Sens is not running yet. 433, not what he needs. He's about 600 milliseconds behind Sens, so it is a score, better than nothing. But he's gonna have to put up something better than that. So hopefully he can, but we'll see.
What are these power tweaks? Oh, process. I have heard that processor idle is big on Arrow Lake. Oof. So these are now the E-core, P-core types tweaks, but E-cores are off. So, yeah, core parking. That's the thing. Fascinating. I'm learning a lot. That's for sure. I'm just taking it all in. Yeah, I think even though the English language is written left to right, I feel like I need to move the chat because a lot of the benchers are benching their benchmark in the left. And I don't want to have chat over the loops of 32M. So let's see how let's try this on for size. See how this goes. Ooh, what's that error? Never seen that error before.
I have. I think it's a benchmate thing. So
Most
that would explain why you haven't
these
seen
days.
it. I was gonna say that explains why you haven't seen it. That was a strong run though. Had it finished 23,674, that would have been ahead of Sens. So definitely, if he can find a little bit more stability somehow, worth trying to get that run through.
Okay, so let's go view again. It feels as though maybe everyone is in OS, so we'll bring you that. My OCD is kicking in a little bit because the spatial arrangement of the 3 benchers on my stream is not the same as in reality. You know, ideally you would want, probably clockwise, you'd want Biso top left, Sebi top right, Sens bottom right, but we'll work with it.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine the way it is. I think we can all take advantage of the little names that you put up in the top right corner. Hopefully I can pay attention enough to notice that because I've screwed that up already. Talking about Sebi instead of, or talking about Biso instead of when Sebi was up on the screen, so.
And there was some discussion earlier, I just want to bring it up. I don't know who it was, Dust or you or someone, that actually this wallpaper is a new wallpaper in comparison to the live qualifier. And apparently some of the scores may have been produced on the incorrect wallpaper, but I have absolutely no details on that. I mean, I suppose I could check in with the judges, but from what I'm seeing on the scores page, it hasn't had much of an influence on things. At least that's my perception of it.
I'm going through the scores now to see if any of them were subbed with the wrong background. Looks like Sebi is safe. Let's move on to Sen's scores. Why does that one not have a screenshot? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sen's Geekbench 3 multi-core score does not have a screenshot. So that score is fine. His let's see here. His 7-zip score is fine. Let's see about this one. Looks like all the oh my goodness, that's bad. Sen's is in trouble.
He's completely on the wrong background for everything. Is that it, or? No,
not all of them. His Super Pi that he has subbed. So if he improves his Super Pi, he's got to put it up a better Super Pi score, because that's on the qualifier background, and his Geekbench score doesn't have a screenshot at all. Let's see if, and I don't see a validation link either.
That may just be a judging sort of concern rather than an actual Sen's problem, because if there was a judge there at the time and Sen's goes, here you go, I'm making the screenshot, and Sen's relays the score to the judge, as far as I'm aware, that's good enough. Like if Sen's at the very end of this session can then just on the file system produce the files that he's claiming to have gotten, I believe it can be retroactively edited. So maybe he's not in trouble, but certainly wrong background. There's no way around that. That has to be removed. You know, there's no other way to do that.
Yeah, fortunately for him, he is working on Super Pi, so as long as he improves that, he should be okay. I'm looking at one of Sebi's to try and verify that he has the right background for his Geek 3 score. Just because the way the windows lay out, it's kind of weird. Yeah, it looks like he's got the right one for that. The biggest difference is it says final in the top right for the current one, and it says qualifier in the top right for the one from yesterday. So that's your biggest difference there, and it's actually covered up by one of the windows. That little difference is covered up by one of the windows in Geekbench 3 for Sebi's submission. So it could be theoretically that it's the wrong background, but there would be no way of telling. So yeah, this could be rough for Sen's if he decides to abandon 32M.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add to that. I just have to be honest, I don't have a sense currently of how the comp is going. Like, there's so much left up in the air. A lot of the really wacky stages have not been benched yet, or only been benched to a minimal degree. So I feel like no one is in like dire straits. No one could consider themselves safe in any way. Everyone's still in it, and there's kind of a little bit too much time left to draw any conclusions so far. Is that your sense of the comp as well, or is there something I'm missing?
No, I think you're absolutely right. We just haven't seen, obviously Biso hasn't posted any scores. We've only got overlap in 2 stages at the moment, so, and both of those Sen's is ahead, but again, if Sen's has a score pulled because he's got the wrong background, that could be an issue. So it's all up in the air right now, and I'm really worried that I'm going to have to go to bed before it gets really spicy, because that's when it gets most exciting. But I'm going to hold out as long as I can, and I'm going to keep helping out as much as I can. Biso is currently not in OS at the moment, as far as I can tell, or even in BIOS. I don't know what he's working on right now, but it does not appear to be going well.
Yeah, he's doing it poor. He's looking up at the scoring table, scorers TV. He's kind of refilling his flasks and things. He doesn't appear to be in a rush in any sense of the word, as we have Black Dot and Paul in front of the stage. So Black Dot in the ROG gear, in the black hat, and Black Dot written across his chest. And then Paul, what's his name? Paul 248 or something like that, 247, something like that, next to him with the beard and the hair. Okay, but we have 2 benches in OS. Let's have a look at that. Biso, what's Biso doing? Biso is booting too, so we may get 3 benchers all running 32M at the same time. Let's try and stick with that.
So this is interesting. Paul put in chat that League confirmed the score is fine with the old wallpaper since the judges verify the score, every score before subbing. They know it was made today. What do you think about that? Do you think that's a correct call? I mean, if that score is the difference between winning and losing the competition, and I was one of the other competitors, it's like, well, that's not fair. I went to the effort to make sure I had the right wallpaper, which is always in every hardware bot competition, like, extremely strict. What are your thoughts?
I'm okay with it, because the whole idea behind changing wallpapers and only putting up the wallpaper as a comp starts, it sort of relates mostly to online comps, because in an online comp the judges aren't looking over your shoulder. So if there were to be no wallpaper required, then that would just mean that there's no verification whatsoever, basically. In a live comp, things are a little bit more flexible. As we've alluded to a couple of times so far, you know, essentially, if you call over a judge as the score and all the CPU Z windows and maybe even hardware info are on your screen, that is essentially all the verification anyone ever needs, because a judge has verified it in real time.
That's true.
You know, so that's kind of my view of things. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just got a spammer on one of the streams, and it's Twitter, and I have no clue how Twitter works in terms of live streaming. So I just hit a ban button on him or her. They were posting a TikTok link, which I'm definitely not clicking on. That could have been anything. I don't think I have to spell out what could be behind that. So yeah, whoever you are, tough luck. No links to TikToks in chat, please. Let's go to Sebi. He's doing stuff.
Yeah, looks like, is he still doing tweaks? Yeah, he's still doing tweaks. Don't know if he's working on Super Pi or not. He's applying the base clock. Fun little tweak to eke out a little bit of performance. So, using up every little bit that he can. He's running 7-zip. All right, so hopefully he can improve his score there. Currently, he's down by quite a large margin, 700 points roughly. So that's something we alluded to yesterday too. Like, if something's stable for one benchmark, there's a good chance it's stable for another. So if you found some improvements in Super Pi, there's a good chance you're going to be able to improve in 7-zip as well. So
yeah, 83-1 for Sebi. I feel like that's not an improvement.
It is actually.
Oh, okay. So his because it's been a little bit of time since we've last looked at a Sebi 7-zip. What I have sort of stored in the back of my head is an 82.9XX. So this is now better, like 80 points better, whatever it was.
He's at 83. Actually, he's resubbed, so he's at 83.155. I had to refresh my page. He was at 82.9 something, so he's now only about a little less than 500 points behind Sens.
Okay.
So hopefully he can find 500 more points. He's also ever so slightly behind. Actually, he's about a second behind in 32M, which is actually pretty big. So yeah, it's he's got some work to do. Sens is definitely holding his own and in a commanding lead in the stages that he's subbed in. Sebi has subbed in more stages, so that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, that's where things stand, and we're still waiting for the first sub from Biso.
All right. So progress being made there for sure. Let's catch the end of Sens's run if you can. Oh, well, the beginning. I haven't seen any chat messages from anyone regarding stream stability recently.
Seems pretty stable on my end, so just keep rolling with it the way it is. I think it's just fine.
Yeah, the reason I mention it is because I'm back, or we are rather, back live on all 4 channels I have configured here. So my Twitch, G.SKILL Official on YouTube, G.SKILL Gaming on Twitter, and SkatterBencher on YouTube. And it all seems to be working okay. I'm monitoring with the 3 screens I have in front of me. I'm doing my best to monitor, you know, chats and stream health and what the benches are doing, switching inputs, you know, all that jazz. Let's go here. So we have Biso. Let's focus on Biso. Biso about to do something. I would imagine a 32M run, but let's see what he cooks up. Bones says there's a lag, as in like the video itself is choppy, or there's dropped frames. Yeah, I don't. In terms of the monitoring I have available to me in front of me, I can't detect that. Blurry, then clears up. Okay. Time to nix one of the streams again.
Hey, Appiz, you're asking a lot from that streaming PC, so
yeah, but
definitely
it's useful information to have. Next time around, I'll request like a Threadripper system from AMD or something and stream on that.
You can probably just go find one in the convention center to just nab up. So we're seeing Biso run 32M. Let's see how he's doing. That's not a good start for the init. As I can tell, he's just rerunning it, not exacting around. That's not what you want to see. So hopefully he can get something done. He at one point had what looked like it was going to be a good run, and he abandoned it. This was a while ago, but I think he's got the capabilities. Maybe it's just finding stability, and I'm not sure what's holding him back at the moment. Oh, he did post a 32M run though, which is ahead of Sebi. So he's basically splitting almost exactly Sebi and Sens as far as 32M. So that bumps Sebi down into third for 32M, Biso in second, and Sens is in first with that strong 4-minute 32 and 376 millisecond run. Yeah, I'm just wondering where these guys move on to next for each stage. It's definitely going to be interesting to see where Sens moves, because he's got 3 gold scores right now, and I wonder if he decides to pick up Valids. I think he's going to wait on Valids till the end. I could be wrong about that, but that would mean he moves on to the Hiwa special stage, which is the CAS limited Y-Cruncher 1B stage. So I'm definitely interested to see how that plays out for him and how it compares to Sebi, because we've got no frame of reference. They haven't run this stage yet, so there's absolutely no frame of reference for us. But right now we're still watching Biso try to get a good 32M run in, or a better 32M run. We can bring up his score or I can bring up his score and try to do live, or as live as I can, comparison to what he's got up at the moment.
So you want me to stay on Biso, right? Sorry, I just tuned out for a little bit doing stuff on my laptop. I'm keeping the Biso's view up, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. 3128 is actually worse on the init than his current sub, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay.
Let's check in with Sebi. Okay, maybe just a little bit of an update. It's really tricky because the paradoxical thing about my streaming situation is every piece of monitoring that I add makes the stream lag worse. Like even just pulling up Task Manager probably has made the lag worse. But I do have Task Manager open now, and yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. CPU seems high, memory is only half full, that's fine. Disk I/O is fine, Ethernet is fine. GPU is 36% loaded at 55 degrees Celsius. So considering the iGPU sits right next to the CPU, it doesn't appear I have temp issues. For whatever reason, Task Manager is showing 1.8 gigahertz on the CPU. So if there's no temp issues, I'm confused by that. So I'm gonna try very, very carefully
to do some NOS overclocking to get it more stable.
Sure. Oh, blue screen for Sens. Seppi is in bias. Biso back to well, I guess Biso doesn't have any scores, so he's doing Geekbench because he has to. That's fair enough. But what I was getting at was Task Manager can often be deceptive. But if 1.8 gigahertz on this laptop CPU is to be believed, it's like it's throttling itself even though it doesn't have to. Like, the thermals seem okay. So is it power throttling maybe? So I'm gonna very carefully gonna check my power plans and see if I can maybe move to high performance or something.
Yeah, this is not a very strong showing for Geek 3 from Biso. It is a good 500 points lower than, or more than 500 points lower than Sebi, and Sebi is a good 800 points lower than Sen. So this is a really big uphill climb for Biso and Geekbench. It's not to say he can't do it, like we keep saying. Yesterday he came out of nowhere, but it is definitely a lot of work he's got to pull out of there. So hopefully he can find some extra points in this benchmark. I'm wondering if that crashed or if he canceled. I wonder if he's actually able to tell based on the time lapse and where the benchmark is, because it does show current workload. So maybe at like the 10-second mark, he's like, if it's not on this particular workload, it's a bad run. That's entirely possible. It's just kind of hard to gauge in Geekbench compared to other benchmarks.
Yeah, so unless someone says otherwise, I'm going to stick with Biso because he's the come from behind king. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that I'm digging around the same power saving menus that they're doing. But yeah, I'm just a little bit suspicious. Like I just have to be really careful with launching more stuff on this rig because it's overloaded. But I'm gonna risk opening up GPU set to find the true CPU temps. Because Task Manager doesn't show them.
Yeah.
Yeah. 59 degrees. So yeah, like I said, the same temps as the GPU. Next thing is going to be CPU Z.
Which version? Because different versions have different bugs. Yeah, I think something we should note is, yeah, I was going to say, I think something we should note is, I think Geekbench 3 was also one of the stages that yesterday Biso struggled with. So it could be that this is kind of like his Achilles heel. If I'm looking at the stages from yesterday. Biso was in 4th for Geekbench 3. So not terrible showing, but it was one of his weaker stages. So like I said, this could be one of his Achilles heels, and we'll see how this plays out over the course of the rest of the competition, but hopefully he can find more.
And he is a little bit more adept at enabling HPAT than Sens is. I think he got it first shot, and now he's restarting. So let's go to the overview. Let's check in on Sens's. What's Sebi doing? Oh, flashing stuff again. Let's check in on the remainder of Sens's 32M, while the other two are busy doing other things. I really do find it ironic. I'm about to run a command in admin mode, which is the thing that Sens wasn't able to do earlier. So I'm trying to restore the like the high performance power plant, because even in CPU-Z, so what CPU-Z is calling P and E cores, which is incorrect because this is a Ryzen. They're actually the Zen 5 non-C and Zen 5C cores. I'm seeing 2.1 gigahertz on the P's and 1.5 on the E's. That seems low to me, considering there's no temperature throttling. I'm gonna try and push that up somehow. But yeah, you take over for a little bit and let us know how this run is shaping up to be. 3 minutes 31.6. Loop 19 is the latest I've got on my screen.
Yeah, he's actually pretty far behind on this one. I'm not entirely sure why he's letting it continue, unless he's worried about the wallpaper on his previous run and needs to get a run in. Let's see here. Loop 20 is 342.55, 342.119. So he's about 400 megahertz or milliseconds behind his previous run. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's finishing this run just to have a backup in case that wallpaper doesn't stick, if he's been made aware that his wallpaper was wrong. I'm not sure if anyone has spoken to him. I'm not sure if people at the convention are watching this stream and are able to convey stuff we are saying to the competitors.
Yeah,
I hope not. But
normally, pretty much everything that you just described is all going on at the same time. So that's a good bet. So yeah, you should be aware.
Fair enough. Okay, so that's what I'm willing to bet is going on, is he's like, okay, let's make sure we've got to run in, even if it's not as good as my previous one, because I don't want to lose the competition over not having the right wallpaper on my submission, which I think is a smart move. I think that is actually a very smart move. And covering your butt is just something you should always do, especially if you're that far into the run. Just let it finish. We'll see if this better score gets pulled, but even if it does, I still think that is that behind? That is ever so slightly behind Biso's 32M though. So if this is the one he has to use, it does not hold him in first place in 32M anymore. So that it's better than nothing, but it's not the gold that he currently has. So we'll see how that plays out, and hopefully for his sake he can hold on to his old score, but it's entirely possible that that's not an option. So
hey dude. Yeah, let's go to the overview. We see Biso is pouring. He's about to boot OS. Let's see what he's up to. I guess more Geek, right? Because his previous scores were not very good.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to do more work on Geekbench. Good use of his time. He's got a solid, not a gold 32M. This is something else that we as competitors constantly get told by the moderators and hardware bot, is each competition is not won in every single stage. Like, you don't have to win every single stage to win a comp. You just have to be the leader in enough of them to get the most points. So I do think that even though he's only second in 32M, it's definitely good for him to move on to Geekbench. Let's see what his result is.
So he just produced a 52 flat. I feel like that's an improvement. The last I saw from him was 51X.
Yeah, I'm gonna check right now.
Yes, it's a very minor improvement, but it is an improvement. So he's headed in the right direction.
Better. Okay, well, it's worth saving to have a backup.
52.46.
Okay. What's Sen's up to? Oh, he's looping again.
52.907.
Well, yeah, Sens is always better at everything. Yeah, I've just had Greg Oleski join me in the booth. Okay, what's going on?
Loop 7. 1 minute 18.9 at loop 7. This old one is 1.
Yeah, very similar.
He's
right.
He's ever so slightly ahead of his previous best score. So this would be, hopefully this one passes and he can save it, and then he can move on from Super Pi, because I genuinely think he realized the wallpaper issue and he's trying to maintain gold while having the correct background. So we'll see if that's what turns out with this run, because you know how this goes. It could be loop 24 and he gets a not exacting round. So
right, yeah. What's Biso doing? He's in OS, but nothing's moving. I hope that's not a dead capture card. Let's check the feed. Oh, so he's booted his rig, but then he's walked off? I don't understand.
He plays by his own rules, man. He does not bench the way the rest of us bench.
Yeah, he's a crazy dude. Someone asked
how comeback yesterday was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, Biso to a much greater extent, but yeah, both of them. So someone asked, I think Vinster asked, how much time is left. We started a little bit late. It's now about 12. The end time was supposed to be 2:30, so we're about halfway.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, we're about halfway. Let's check in on Sens. He should be closer to finishing.
2 minutes, 32.705. So we're looking for the beat.
3 minutes. Let's see here. Loop 17 is 3 minutes 8.993. Loop 17.
4 minutes 32.705.
3 minutes 9.
Slovak says, "Did Biso go to the bathroom?" Maybe he did go to the bathroom. You know, you can't. Not everyone can hold it in for 5 hours.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let's wait for this to finish.
Yeah, this should be an improvement on his previous score. So this is definitely a good run from Sens. Hopefully it all works out.
Yeah, on the stream rig stability end of things, I'm tempted to run hardware monitor, but it'll probably have an impact on the stream too. So I'll wait for the end of this run. So loop 23, 4 minutes 13.813. I mean, it's going to finish. He'd have to be really unlucky not to get a finish, but is it really going to be significant in the grand scheme of things? I'm not sure.
So.
Yeah.
Oh no.
4:32.263.
Yep. Yeah, he got it.
So he's now first in that stage.
Yeah. Oh, he's already.
Yeah, he's improved.
First.
Yeah, he's improved.
It's like, stop being first. Stop being first.
I just double-clicked hardware monitor. If the stream dies, then you'll know why. It's claiming package power of 10 watts.
False reading.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot of watts.
Do you want to interview Lumi?
Maybe not while the comp is going on.
Well, after the comp.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna talk to him right now.
Yeah, so it's... If what hardware monitor is showing is correct, which I'm sort of doubting, I don't know how P states work on AMD mobile. Like, Because the burst max TDP is 54. We're obviously not in burst mode anymore. It's been going for 3 hours. But is 10 really what it drops down to? That's insane if that's correct. Where's my CPU Z at? Okay, he's saving his score. That's not really all that interesting. Let's see what everyone else is doing. Sebi nothing. Biso still AWOL. Yeah, we gotta stick with Sensei.
Yeah, it would appear so. But
sorry, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I'm fading fast here, man. It's definitely been a long day, but definitely fun to be watching these guys overclock live. Hope that we'll get to see now if Sens decides to move on to something else. He spent quite a bit of time on SuperPi 32M. Obviously, he's still got 2.5 hours left in the comp, but looks like he's rebooting, which would indicate to me that he's moving on to something else.
See how it's sorry, I'm just pointing out something on the rig here. So the main core is at 2.1 gigahertz.
And that's a false reading.
Yeah.
It's gotta be, right?
Well, it's here in our info too.
Is it C states?
See, but I'm not an expert on like what power states an AMD APU mobile.
Is it in performance mode?
Yeah. I've said everything. Like the temps are good, both on the iGPU and the CPU, which are next to each other anyway. Yeah. And I'm utilizing both of them, so I'm encoding the video on the iGPU and I'm running everything else on the CPU.
Oh, you don't have a discrete GPU?
It's a laptop, dude.
Oh, I got a discrete GPU in my laptop.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, fair. But it's not meant to be a streaming rig. Right. But you see how like that seems low to me.
That seems very low. I want to say they're false readings. That seems very low. Either that or it's throttling.
Yeah, but if it's for a second, let's just assume that it's all true readings, right?
Yeah.
It's not thermal throttling, neither on the SoC or the GFX. So temps are out. I can actually just minimize that. That's totally irrelevant. So now we're looking at, well, why are the clocks as low as they are? We're not pegging the cores.
No, not at all.
This SSD is not overheating.
Yeah. No, it's good. Everything's good.
But what I'm looking at is, so for short periods of time, this CPU has 54 TDP.
Well, maybe that's a TDP. Maybe it's already hitting. Well, could you pull up the power draw?
Yeah. 10.
Package. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, it's hitting the 10 limit, but I don't know why. Like, I feel like PL1 being 10, that's false. PL1 would have to be 54. But let's say we're currently in PL2, and let's just assume that 10 is the correct setting for PL2. And I would believe that the system is currently using 10 watts.
It's probably higher than that, to be fair.
Okay, I'll look up the spec sheet. I'm really curious now.
We gotta look up the
Ryzen AI 7 Pro 360. Okay, in terms of the actual comp.
That's kind of confusing. I don't get it.
I don't know if these specs are going to tell us, but let's see.
Probably not. They're very general. 2 gigahertz.
28 should be the default
28
TDP.
watts. Okay, that's PL2 though, right?
Yeah. I mean, I obviously can't.
TBP is 54.
Yeah. I'm okay with the system not using 54 right now.
Oh yeah.
That's like a short burst kind of thing,
it's
right?
Very short. It's PL1.
But the only question mark in my mind would be, let's say we're not set to the default TDP and the readings are correct and we really are throttling at 10 watts. Where is that setting coming from? Like,
that's a good question. Hey, AMD's here. I'm gonna go ask them.
You should.
I'm gonna go ask Lisa.
Yeah. So in terms of the comp, not much going on. Sens is in BIOS. He's obviously reconfiguring for another bench. Biso has returned, but he's in the early stages, it seems like, of coming back and restarting his benching. Sebi is looking very thinkative there, very thoughtful.
Yeah, dude, Sebi is like he focuses.
Yeah, for sure.
Once he gets into the zone, he just focuses.
Does Lenovo have a booth here? Maybe. Yeah.
Dude, if there is one, we're gonna stop by.
I should ping them and be like, hey, what's wrong with this laptop?
Why is it only running drawing 10 watts? I paid for 28 watts. I want 28 watts.
Because it's connected to, you know, whatever it is, a 65 watt charger. So
but I mean, it's connected. It should.
Yeah.
It should actually maximize TDP when it's connected.
And like,
to the charger.
you know, one would assume that
15.
that Lenovo has not chosen to configure 15, but rather 28.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
It's AMD, man.
Okay, we're seeing a boot on for Sens. Let's see if he actually reaches OS. Next year it's going to be on a desktop anyway, but it's just fascinating that this laptop is. It's
powering this entire stream. My Dell Precision is so hot.
Sorry, I somehow just changed scenes. Because even if the even if the temperature monitoring within Hardware Info were incorrect, I'm just physically touching it and it's not overheating. It's not heat. It's power. It's definitely power, but it's just how do we raise the power? You know, it's getting the 65 watt charging.
BIOS is going to be very limited.
Okay, we still have LinkedIn installed on this OS, which is kind of bothering me a little bit. Oh, we have Sebi coming back. Let's see. He's probably going to go into BIOS though. Yeah. Let's go back to Sends. Oh, he's gone to. Okay, camera only, and we'll see who's going to come back first. Weird, eh? So that's why I was having stream instability, because I had to like close absolutely everything.
How much memory you got?
32. No, I've checked everything else. Yeah.
Everything's good.
MEMS.
It's really a GP. It's an encoding issue. Like AMD doesn't have strong encoding. Are you encoding an?
Oh no, this is this is hardware encoding. It's not an encoding issue as such. It's the way I understand it, at least, is. So we've got the CPU and the GPU, right?
Yeah.
The GPU, I have tasked with the compositing of the stream and then the subsequent encoding of the stream. That's all offloaded onto the iGPU, and the iGPU's utilization, everything is fine. It's doing that job well. The CPU then obviously does everything that's left over, all of this task switching and whatever. However, they share a TDP because they're both on the same package.
Yeah,
you know.
Same package.
Yeah, so that's where the bottleneck comes in. Oh, the competitors are getting a drink. Oh, it's lunch break time. That's why
lunch.
things are slowing down.
12:07, 12:08.
As my face cam is.
Do they have Burger King today, or what do they have?
Ask him. I'm too.
I'm not going out. Dude, my back hurts so bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably should go out there and record. I'll be back.
Okay, see you in a minute. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be a bit of a lull in the competition right now. Sens is booting up, but don't know what else is going on.
Let's go to Sens then.
Not gonna lie though, I might be hitting my wall here and I might need to go get some rest, especially since I gotta work in about 5 hours. So.
Sure. Thanks for dropping by for the first half, and you gotta do what you gotta do. So White Crunch now. Is this the C30 White Crunch?
Yes.
Right.
Which is, I'm disappointed that I'm having to go at this moment because this seems pretty cool, but yeah, I'm going to call it for the night, guys. Sorry I can't stay for the whole thing. Unfortunately, work has to be a priority. But yeah, we will. I'll catch you guys later, and best of luck to the competitors. And thank you, Unity, for inviting me to come and stream with you. And hopefully next year I'll be able to join you live at the event.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by, and have a good rest. And I suppose we'll talk tomorrow, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Best of luck. I'll see you later, man.
All right. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay. That means I can now remove one audio input. I can shut down Discord, which will help me with my power issues. I see Stavros, aka OGS, talking there. I've also had a little bit of feedback from one of the judges that... Oh, there's Greg, by the way, who was just in the booth. Sebi's CPU heater is broken. And that's why it's totally tearing down, so we won't see any scores from him for a while. 22 Facebook messages, what's that about? Sorry, I'm just catching up on stuff on my mobile phone in order not to tax my my system. What else is going on? Yeah, so let's actually go to Facecam for a little while. You're not missing anything. So what I'm going to do is this, and I'm keeping an eye on the feed. Okay, now let's go back to the stage cam. Sorry, I haven't looked at my phone in 3 hours, so I'm just gonna do some admin while there's nothing going on in terms of the comp. I will go to Sense though, because he is running Y-Crunch. Okay, Vodafone wants to talk to me. Who gives a so-and-so? Right, okay. Restream.io has given me a stream summary because the stream went down for long enough for them to consider that one stream, and they sent me a stream summary, so that's great. Okay, nothing important. Right, okay. So, a score has been produced. I'm not really in a position to say it's good or bad. 26-1, let's check on that. Did someone catch that? 26-1-8, right? Sebi's is 26-1-3-3, so just a hair under what Sebi has, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just 50 milliseconds lower than Sebi. So let's stay on, considering we know the issues that are ongoing with Sebi. We presume that Biso isn't doing anything because he never does anything, because he always leaves everything to the very last moment. Oh, he is in OS. Yeah, okay, let's check on Biso then. Right, okay. I'll just leave it on this view. Keep the chat messages rolling in. I'll, catch up on it and stuff. I also had some frozen yogurt just delivered to me, I believe, so I'll have to grab that before it goes warm. A lot going on. But I do wish to, if possible, debug this power state issue. That is bugging me. Right. Okay, Sens is up. Let's give Sens a little bit of airtime. Oh, coefficient too large. Okay. Coefficient too large. Let me just grab my drink. Literally be 2 seconds. Right, he's restarting. Let's go back to the stage cam. Biso might be doing something. Let's go. Oh no, he's good. He's still futzing around in BIOS. Vinster, I have everything set to like the max. 1 second, I need to rescale this. Who can I show? Sebi, I guess, because there's no output. Copy this. Alright. Yeah, main max are all set to 100. Ooh. This is nice. Shout out to Oolong Tea Project. Don't know what's in here, but it's hydration, so that's the important thing. Yeah, the stream issues have been like mitigated. For sure not solved, but I'm working around things as much as possible without having to go offline, which I really want to avoid. I know there was that one blip earlier. Okay. Let's see how good Lenovo live support is. Let's open a live chat and say, hey, my Lenovo ThinkPad T14S AMD Gen 6 is throttling at 10 watts. What can you do for me? I'm serious. This is not a joke. I'm going to open a live chat. Okay. Sens is doing things. Let's go there. Oh yeah, I'm talking to an AI. The so-called Lenovo technical support is an AI. Yes, I do accept the privacy agreement or whatever. I don't believe I can lift up the laptop safely without something disconnecting. I have 6 cables leading out of it, one of them being the dock. What I might do is I'm gonna move my monitoring headphones back to the USB audio interface. I mean, every little helps, right? That is now one less connection. What is Sense doing? He's obviously still trying to find his like sweet spot in terms of stability. So the virtual assistant on Lenovo.com is called Lena, Lena. And I've finally gotten to the point where the AI has said, "It appears you would like to chat with an agent. To better assist and direct you properly, please provide me additional details about what your issue is." Laptop equals ThinkPad T14S AMD Gen 6. Issue equals power throttling. There you go, that's all you need to know. He keeps asking me to rephrase the question. I don't know how many more different ways I can say power throttling. The throttling of the power. Maybe I should rephrase it like that. The throttling of the power on the CPU package does be happening. What about that? That's a rephrasing. It's bad English, but all right, Sens is booting. Okay, now it's asking for the serial number. I believe there's a command line for that. Command line to get Lenovo serial number. WMIC BIOS get serial number. Boom. Let's do that. All right, we have a run 26147. Is that good? He's saving it. It must be good. English. Alright. I would imagine that you guys are not missing anything. I still feel as though Sens is the only person currently benching. Let's see. Yeah. 2 dead signals. There's the proof in the pudding. 2 dead signals plus Sens. Let's keep it on Sens then. Thanks for that info, Slovak Killer. Good question. Let's see. Can we pull that up? The benchmark currently being run by Sens is Y-Cruncher 1B, 1 billion digits. So that is the HEWA special. Let's go to our browser view. So it's Y-Cruncher 1 billion. And let's look at... Is that what we're doing? Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. No, what is it? 6 core, 6 thread. Yeah, it is a HEWA special he's running, isn't it? Y-Cruncher, 26 seconds. Yeah, I'm not tripping. So yes, that's a new top score, because he's 26 flat and the top score is 26-1. But to illustrate the point, here will be a full run done by Sebi before his heater broke. You know, there's a 6 gigahertz clock limit. Even though this is an 8 core 8P core CPU. The competition rules specify that it has to be limited to 6. Since G.SKILL is a sponsor, you have these custom SPD RAM sticks, OC World Cup 2025. It is M-die, right? 24 gigabyte sticks. Then the part that makes this stage the HEWA special is you got to use the 24 gigabyte sticks. You've got to run command rate 1 and cast 30. So very tight on cast and command. And then these clocks are also limited D2D and NGU and ring. So I think that's everything, right? Like is there anything I'm missing here? He's at the clock limit, so the D2D limit is 3, the NGU limit is 3.4, the ring is 5, and the actual core limit is 6005 megahertz, which is comfortably under. Does that answer all pending questions? Is there a reason they're running 6P? Judges just wanted to do that just to make the competition a little bit more difficult for the benchers, like it's taking you out of your comfort zone. Otherwise, there was also the thought of maybe allowing people with i5 or i7s and i5s to compete, but that doesn't really play out the way that they imagined it, because those processors have less cache, L3 cache, so that makes them uncompetitive anyway. Okay, let's just keep watching him screw around with his screenshot. Now, going back to the important matters. Annoying Lenovo about this throttling issue. Let me open up my password manager, find my Lenovo account, log into my account, then use that to find the exact model number of laptop that I have, because I know the name, but the name isn't specific enough. Then use that to go to the downloads page and then download like Lenovo Vantage or whatever it's called. Then use that utility to find my serial number without having to lift my laptop up and possibly break the stream. And then give the AI chatbot what he or she wants and see how it goes. Why am I being asked for another verification code? I'm confused. Well, that's, that often happens in my life, I feel like. So Sen's still sitting on desktop. I don't know exactly what he's doing. He's doing a bit of pouring. Okay, drivers and software. Oh no. Let's switch region to Australia. Oh, that's Slovak. That's probably a typo. The rules. So the benchmark selection has been changed wildly between what they were last running and what they're now running, but the actual clock limit and hardware limitation settings are the same as before. Okay. Now what is he up to? Oh, Lenovo.com is asking me for a survey. No, I haven't completed the thing yet, so why are you asking me for a survey? Can I answer a survey about the fact that I'm being asked too many surveys? Is that a possibility? No. Hold on. Okay, let me dig through my emails then to find the model code. Lenovo. What's it called again? Hardware maintenance manual or something like that? HMM, Lenovo. That's for the Intel. Yeah, that's. I don't own Intel laptops. Is that an appropriate thing to say on while covering a competition partially sponsored by Intel? Probably not. Okay. What is going on? There's sort of. It feels like they're sort of in an unofficial lunch break, which is bizarre. But who am I to judge? You got to do what you got to do. Who actually owns an Arrow Lake for daily? This is a lot harder than it needs to be. Support, customer support. Good I/O. Good I/O. You mean in terms of like M.2s and stuff? Like, what do you even mean by I/Os? Like, how fast the mouse moves? You have to specify. Slow kill up dailies at 285. Okay. There we go. Hardware maintenance manual. That's the one I was looking for. Oh, is that that's some Intel people. Oh no, this is the Snapdragon. Oh my god. Because there's 3 different versions of this laptop. One Intel, one Snapdragon, one AMD. My daily is a Ryzen 5500 in an M.ATX case. What is going on? There's all this pointing. I feel like I need to go out there in a minute, but let's just... M? Okay. Guides and manuals. What's Sen's doing? Is he running anything? I'm confused. Diagnostic tools. Lenovo Diagnostics, let's try that. Yeah, strange what's going on with Biso. Oh, he is doing stuff. Okay, sorry. I just wasn't paying attention to the back of this, the image. Let's go to Biso. Let's focus on him. We've looked at Sen's an inordinate amount of time. Okay, so he's pumping stuff out. That's good. Second priority, affinity, all that good stuff. Ooh, Explorer kill. That's fancy. Okay, let's go back to Sens while Biso is rebooting. I did have my serial number saved somewhere at some point. And I'm surprised that that command line way of finding the serial number didn't work. Okay, Lenovo diagnostic tool is starting up, so I expect great things from it. Oh man, my desktop is so slow. He's restarting. Let's go. Okay, diagnostic tool has started. Do I agree with the privacy statement? Well, I don't really have much of a choice, do I? What do I want to diagnose? Processor, but that's, yeah, that's, if I hit that, it's probably going to run like Prime 95 or something. Biso is not back. Sens is running stuff. So let's focus on that. System information. Serial number. Eureka. Yes, this random ass tool has a serial number field in it. Let's see what the AI assistant can come up with, hey? Is Biso in OS? He is, okay. He's about to 32M things. Say we try to start, okay. Thanks for the update, Bones. He's going to the balanced power plan. That's interesting. Wouldn't have thought that would be a tweak, but you know, what do I know? Okay, I'm restarting the live chat because the Lena is just sort of conked out. But I do have my serial number now, so let's start. Yes, I would like to get support. That's the button I'm clicking. What can you offer me? No, not Microsoft Windows support. Lenovo support. That's why I'm on the Lenovo side. Ah, we have loops coming out. That's always nice. Okay, is that a hang? Yeah, yeah, something. I'm not going to claim to understand what he's currently doing. Okay, we are seeing loops, so I'll try to comment on that once there's a few loops out. Get further support. Ooh, he's doing fancy in-OS RAM timing things. Yeah, so I'm back at the prompt where I'm asked for the serial number. Now I have it ready to go. Lena, now what can you do for me? Oh, there's additional support options available to me. Okay, that run has been aborted. Chat with a live agent. Yeah, that would be beautiful. We are one step away from way to connect you to a live agent. That's broken English, but we'll let that slide. Alright, it wants my name and email address and whatever other. My issue is other. Power throttling. It's asking me for the serial number again? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't want to consult the forum. Okay. Let's maybe focus on the benching. Okay, we are currently looking at Biso. He is currently running a 32M. Let's look at that stage. This is what that stage looks like. He's currently in second behind Sens. He's hoping for first. This is his current score. I'll first compare his currently ongoing loops with this score. Okay, so his loop time is 118.865. He's got a 19, so he's 200 milliseconds up or something. I think that's safe. Now let's compare to Sens, which will be the harder ask, because that's 600 milliseconds ahead of the run that Biso currently has subbed. Now, loop 9 comparison. How are we looking? He's ahead of Sens. Okay, so that's big news. Let's check back in again in a minute. I'm gonna try and do some things with the support structure that Lenovo is offering me. I think he's still looking good. Loop 13. Ooh, he's lost time. He's behind now. Upgrade my service. No, I don't want to upgrade my service. I want to talk to someone. Well, he's letting the run finish, it looks like. Yeah, now my support chat is just a giant iframe. That is really slow to load. Yeah, something's not right. He's letting it finish because he's close to the end, but yeah, I don't even know if this is going to be better than his own run. An agent will be with me in a moment. Oh well, I've got all day. Actually talking to a real human being currently. What a time to be alive. Okay, loop 24. Okay, so 32.3 as opposed to Sense's 32.2. Okay, so that's just hot garbage, that run. No other way of putting it. What's going on? He's the only one benching right now. Okay, let's stay on him then. Okay. I was just asked for my name and contact number and serial number and email and address. They're gonna open a case. Yeah, Sebi's heater died. Socket heater died. My feeling would be that he should be at the point now where he's replaced it and fully reconstituted his rig. But I don't know. Hey Tanta, what's going on? I'm playing like chat support bingo right now because the real human being was like, provide more information. I'm like, I can give you 100 different things or one thing. What do you want? You tell me what specifics you want rather than me playing that game of I'll give you 3 examples of what of the issue that I'm facing, and then you say, oh, give me a 4th and a 5th. Oh, so Tanta, you're tired. What time is it right there at the moment in Central Europe? .50 a.m. Did you set an alarm or you just happen to be up? So there's a not exacting round. we do have Sens doing stuff as well, so I'll leave you on this view for a little bit. The response is maybe just a brief explanation on the power throttling issue. Sorry, let me just go to this view for a minute. I feel like I just blew the support person's mind because I gave a lot of details. Okay, Sens is doing stuff. What's he at? Yeah, but I can't. Thanks for the info. Hope your session stream will work fine in 2 weeks. I'll have fewer inputs on my system. So, if I'm interpreting the current status correctly, either Sens is not running a bench, or he's doing off-screen runs. I can't stop my laptop from charging, and I'm certainly not going to move it to battery power. So it is what it is. It's running. It's okay. Okay, asking for a screenshot. The problem is earlier I was doing screenshots and that was causing stream lag. But let's see if I can do that. Okay, let's make a screenshot of hardware monitor. CPU Z and Task Manager all in one shot, and let's open the little drawer in CPU Z and also show the other cores. That might do it, eh? That might do it. That might convince them that there's an actual issue. Where's my print screen button? Now they're taking pictures of the result. I don't know what's going on. Opening up Paint right now. Okay, I'll crop the actual live stream out of the screenshot, eh? That might lead to further questions. Let's only crop into just that one screen with all the pretty little things on it. that are non-live stream related. Okay, now let me close all those utilities because that's probably causing lag. Scale down, scale down, scale down. Boot and bug. Manually cropping down to just that one screen. Okay, now save as PNG. Okay, let's see what comes back from that. Is Biso doing stuff? Indeed he is. Let's focus on Biso then. Okay, he's applying all the tweaks, he's moving around quickly, but I'm not seeing like an actual final result in a while, so we'll just try and stay on top of that. And I'll just watch the loops. Oh no, he's still futzing around. He's not happy. Well, he's happy in the sense that his rig is up and running and it's stable enough for him to do runs, but the runs aren't fast enough is what I'm trying to get at. Sans is back. I don't know where he went, but he's back in black. What's going on out there?
Not much. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, I get the same impression because Albie told me that Sebi's heater broke. Yeah, and he had to totally tear down and stuff.
Yeah.
Sens is cruising, so he's not under pressure to deliver anything.
I think Sebi's strategy's in jeopardy right now.
Yeah.
So his strategy was to win the 2 weird benchmarks.
Yeah.
Right. And win the 2 weird benchmarks and not come second in it. Come second in everything else. But Sens has taken one of those.
Right.
And he's also down on 32 to Biso.
Yeah.
So I think Sens is cruising right now. It looks like Sens won.
Sens was cruising previously as well.
Sebi
so it's
2, Biso 3.
Yeah.
Unless,
no, but I mean, with the issues Sebi's has faced, I could see Biso getting second, but yeah, Sens is clearing first.
yeah.
There's not much going on. Everyone's in BIOS. Well, Sebi's nowhere, but Sens and Biso aren't BIOS.
Sens is just calm, taking his time.
Yeah. So I have a support request open with Lenovo. And the human, it took forever to get past the AI bot and stuff. And the human is like, can you check in safe mode? Should I reply, no, I'm live streaming right now?
What is it for?
Um,
Oh, thank you. It's all good. I've been around the place, so you probably, yeah. Thank you.
So it's like earlier on, especially if so I'm streaming in 3 places at the moment. When I had it up on 4, I was aiming for 5 channels, but even on 4, everything was slowing to a crawl. I'm like, what's going on here? I know I'm asking this laptop a lot, but like I was checking iGPU temps, fine, iGPU utilization, fine, CPU utilization, fine. But then what I kind of stumbled upon was, why are the cores downclocking? I'm like, okay, let's check the power plan. I added the high performance power plan. It was unbalanced before, but it didn't make a difference. Right. I'm like, all right, I'm giving it 65 watts here at the wall, but the total package power as measured is only 10 watts for like iGPU and CPU, and that's really low because the CPU as specified by AMD is supposed to have a configurable TDP between 50 and 54. Okay. Obviously I'm not expecting 54 because that's burst power, but I would imagine something along the lines of 28. 28 is like the default power, but it's like in a lower power state or something, because I'll show you. Well, I have the screenshot here that I sent to support. So like essentially, I just don't want to stop the stream because the issues aren't actually as bad. Like I just want to see if I can diagnose something while the stream is ongoing. So temps fine, package power 10, claimed limit 10, and it's not really P&E cores, it's Zen 5 and 5C cores, but like claimed clocks in CPU-Z and Task Manager and this hardware info thing, or this hardware monitor thing, 2.1 and 1.5, that's really low. So I've reason to, memory is fine, whatever, you know, I've reason to believe that it is actually throttling at 10 watts, but I don't know why. So yeah, I have the support thing open, but I don't think they're gonna...
First thing they'll tell you to do is reboot.
Yeah, exactly, and I can't reboot, so I don't think they're gonna be able to diagnose it. But I just want a case to be open. Who?
Dan Cop. You
Oh
know Dan
yeah. Cool. Hi Dan Cop. Hold on, I didn't mute myself or anything, did I? No, I didn't.
You've been talking this whole time.
Yeah. Okay, what's my BIOS version? Let's see. I'm on the latest. I'm also on the latest. This is just something that they ask in case you're stupid and you're on a 5-year-old BIOS. My BIOS version is October 2024, which I think is the latest.
Hey, Dan Cop, we miss you. We've come back to Computex, bro.
Fuck, I'm blind. Where's... I'm not seeing a version here. I'll go into there's a Lenovo like support thing that I used to get my serial number because I wasn't able to find it elsewhere for some reason. Will this tell me? UUID BIOS version. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. I like this utility, whatever it is. Lenovo Diagnostics. Never knew about it before. There you go. How are they going to respond to that?
Twitter's going crazy.
Yeah.
Twitter's going crazy. The live stream.
Yeah. So I didn't. May as well mention this. Like, so it's all a bit complicated because here's my view counts, right? So this is my restreaming platform. So I've had to turn, like the one with the lowest view count was this one, so I've turned off G.SKILL official YouTube and I'm on the other 3 because of the system issues I have. So that's my Twitch. Peter was kind enough to give me his YouTube, but the way that I'm linked into is like RTMP or something, so the view count isn't reflecting, but I can ask him and he's monitoring on his side. This looks really high, but the way that I didn't know how Twitter streaming worked, but the view count increments. Like it's just people scrolling past the stream. So I've had one restart, so just multiply that by 2. That's like their version of view count, but it's not accurate. Yeah, so so the restreaming platform, I'll go to Sense because he's doing stuff. The restreaming platform I'm using is restream.io, and I've like bought like one of the smaller licenses that allows me 5 streams, but right now my system can't do it.
Okay.
But like in future, obviously, if there were to be another version of this, I would stream on something that isn't a laptop, obviously, and then I could actually go. I would do like Twitch, YouTube. I feel like TikTok would be good to try, and then their Facebook as well.
Okay.
We were having, yeah. What?
Streaming today?
Sorry?
Streaming the screen today?
Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you later. Hold on, 1 second. I'll go on. I'm obviously, I'm obviously still sort of working things out with G.SKILL in terms of what other platforms would be good, but I feel like if I had to pick of 5 places, I'd go my Twitch, G.SKILL Facebook, Twitter maybe, I don't know, there's something weird going on with Twitter, but it seems to be doing okay, and then like maybe Peter's stream as well, and like Facebook and Insta. We actually tried Insta yesterday, but the person whose phone the G.SKILL official Insta account is linked to didn't get the SMS for MFA, so we couldn't set it up. So a few little hitches here and there, but we're getting there. In terms of the comp, yeah, not too much to talk about really. Let's see. Yeah, no one in OS right now. So yeah, so there's the sort of hardware issues I'm having have led to things like, usually I would have, especially now that I have 3 screens, I would have my own Twitch up as well and monitoring, but that was taking too much CPU. So I've basically shut absolutely everything down and just tried to just keep the stream up, which it has. It's had a hiccup, like I ran out for a second, and while I was gone they said that the actual like stream itself went down, but my monitoring here tells me otherwise. I don't know what happened there. I'll just review the files later or whatever.
Have you tried an Intel laptop?
Yeah, let me just hot swap a laptop in. Okay, Sens is back in OS. Let's have a look at what he's doing. Yeah, man. I mean, it's. I think in terms of the stream, it's been going well. I mean, in terms of people chatting and all that, but it's just I'm trying to. So they opened a case for me. Great. Thanks, Karen. Thank you so much. It's just like you can't reasonably expect all of this gear to hang off a laptop and not to have any hitches. But it's weird. Like I say, I'm giving it 65 watt. Why can't it just at least use 28 instead of 10? You know, that's a bit weird.
Why does it say maximum limit 10?
That's what like. If I were to be able to go into BIOS on this laptop without stopping the stream, I would probably have a poke around BIOS. It's news to me because it's a pretty new laptop. I bought it like 2 or 3 months ago. I've not changed anything in BIOS except I did little things like control and function swap, like nothing major. I would have thought that, given that it's an AMD CPU and it's a Lenovo laptop, unless otherwise specified, I would have thought that the default TDP would apply, which is 28, but it doesn't seem to be applying, so it's weird. Is this an off-screen run? No, he's just away from his... Alright, yeah. Thanks for coming in. See you later. That was Young Pro, one of the judges, just saying hi. And Sens is back in OS. Alright, so port case is open with Lenovo. So Dan Cop is jealous with a G. You spell out with a J, just for your info. Good luck to the top 3, indeed. We're doing ballads now, I think. Let's keep an eye on this. So he's at 12. He's declocking 12,400. Okay, that's a fail. $12,600. Yeah, because of how Benchers mashed the F7 key to save lots of valid files, we have no real way of knowing what score he ultimately was able to save before the rig went down. But yeah, if Tanta says 12.6, then I believe him, for now at least. Let's close the Lenovo live chat because a case is open. All right. Nothing going on. You're seeing it right now. There is literally nothing going on the stage. They're looking at scores. Yeah, 6 total stages. Let's just maybe recap a little bit. We're currently in the final. The final 3 competitors are from right to left: Sens, Sebi, and Biso. You can look up the comp page yourself. And yeah, it's 12.6. So is it subbed? Let me just take a look. I'm not seeing it in the. There's 2 different mem valid stages. So okay, yeah, I see it's up. Okay, maybe just to do a brief little summary type thing. Okay, this is the competition. Here's the link. These are the 6 stages. Memory frequency dual dim. It is 2 sticks, all 4 channels, no channel disabling allowed. That was the pick of Frank Hung from G.SKILL, who is basically in charge of this whole thing. That is his special pick. Then there's the Hiva special. The Hiva special is White Cruncher 1B Cast 30 1T. Then there's a regular Geekbench. So those 2 were like judges' picks basically. Then there is memory valid, but the regular memory valid, like the world record rules essentially, except you've obviously got to use the sticks provided for the comp. And now I'm just gonna go through and have another look at who picked what. I'm trying to go off memory. Okay, each of the competitors got to pick a stage as well. Biso picked 32M. Sens picked Zip. That leaves Sebi with Geek. I think that's right. I'm going from memory here. Okay, let's go back to the stage now. Yeah, Sens 7 Zip, Sebi Geek, Biso 32M. There we go. All right. We are getting towards the last hour of the comp of everything. The last hour where everything gets decided, all of the prizes. Having a bit of a stretch. I wish I had my standing desk. Okay, Sens is in OS. Let's see what he's up to. He's doing valids. Let's follow this. So he's going for more than 12.6, right? So he's slowly be clocking up. To the stage cam. No one else doing anything. Okay, so we're focusing on sends. Let me just catch up on, I was gonna say socials, but you know, just general stuff. G.SKILL promoter time. G.SKILL is a great memory manufacturer, and they make all of this possible. I don't think I have to elaborate any further than that. I've had good RMA experiences with them, and you know, there you go. I'm wearing their merch and their badge. What more do you want to know? Oh, Biso is in BIOS, so something's happening there. What's Sen's doing? High TRFC. How high are we talking? Do I need to look at the sub? I mean, it won't hurt performance, quote unquote. How high are we talking? Where's the valid link on the new HiroBot? Yeah, 68 CAS. TRC. It's not even. TRC is not even one of the things that shows up in the valid, is it? Did I get any more goodies? Yes, I did. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah. All the systems are dead, as it currently stands. We have a post for sends. Let's keep an eye on that. Ooh, that's a hang. Or a weird boot. Yeah, it's a boot, okay. I guess he must be trying the higher strap. Alright, let's watch him beat clock up. Still very low at the moment. Whoa, now I know what you're talking about in terms of high TRC. 4,000 TRC, that's insane. Wow. And that encore frequency, eh? Stage is filling up in anticipation of this final hour of the comp. Dual dim is quite limiting, I have to say. Just having a short poke around the rankings, that's brutal. 10k, that's like benching frequency. Sebi has 11k. Not much to cover currently. It's kind of the calm before the storm. I made. Yeah, I realized the last time I left my seat, something happened. What I'm gonna do is, I don't know if this is in any way something that changes things, but just this once I'm gonna risk keep leaving my laptop unlocked, and or will I? Now that I've said it on stream, who knows who's listening. I'll lock my laptop. If the stream crashes, I apologize. It's just sort of outside of my control. I'll be back as soon as possible. I'm leaving this camera on. See you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. What have I missed? Who's looking stressed out? Sebi having issues again. That's not good. Considering Biso is even further behind Sens, we're in danger of this entire competition becoming uncompetitive with two benchers having issues. That's a shame. But let's see. Let's see what goes on. Yeah, no one's up. Yeah, bench issues, that's never good. That's never good. Yeah. 4 hours and 15 minutes. We have Slams, SLAMMS, on his phone. Stand somewhere else, dude. I can almost read who you're sexting there, so be careful. Oh man. Okay, back to Sens. Back in OS. Taskbar is back. CPU-Z being opened. UAC not disabled. And that's a shame. And I'm guessing we're still doing valids. Regular valids, right? Let's try and spot it. 2 times 32. Yeah, it's not the dual channel valid, it's the regular valid. Okay, so just for context. He's got a good score up already though. He should probably move on. But then again, he's so far ahead, does it really matter? Yeah, 4,000 TRC, that's insane. Yep. But he doesn't need to, right? Like, that's the problem. When someone's so far ahead, it's kind of difficult to criticize them in any way because it's obviously working. The strategy is working. Okay, a screenshot has been saved, but of what? Because he's not better than before, is he? No, he's not better than before, and so he's obviously working something out. Oh, now he's better. Now he's over 12.6. Now he's 12.65, but a lockup. Did he get that valid? In general, when you're validating on DDR5, I mean, we have Salty in the chat, but yeah, you've got Hynix, MDI, 24 gigabyte sticks. Specific batch, yeah. Of course, if we were being really, really picky, you need the best stick in the world, right? Then you can really go to town. Yeah, Sens is looking around. He's like, "What do I even need to do anymore? I'm so clear in the lead. It's just a matter of time now." I wish I were able to make things more exciting, but I Everything's possible. I just don't know how either Sebi or Biso can come back. I don't want to make it sound like a foregone conclusion, but Sens is leading every stage except the dual channel valid. Oh yeah, I mean he's got an hour left, or a little bit under an hour left. You know, he's got somewhat of an audience in front of him. He may as well just perform, but I think it's all academic at this point. I really, I'm just trying to be straight with you guys and gals. I think it's all academic at this point. I really do. I have several hats here. If Sens doesn't win this comp, I'll eat my hat, okay? But I just don't see a path. I usually have quite a lot of creativity in my mind, but even with all of my creativity, I can't. Yesterday I was the first person to say Biso has a way of qualifying, and he did qualify, and it was amazing to see. But we're now at the point where it's all turning into a little bit of an anti-climax, I'm afraid to say. Let me just check one thing. I mean, not to put too pessimistic of a spin on it, but I just closed my Firefox. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry to say that, but I don't think, it doesn't feel as though I even have to look at scores anymore. Let's just enjoy what's left of it. Sens is going to do valid for an hour. Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, if it can improve his global or whatever. I mean, why not? There's a blue screen. Yeah, just unparalleled. Unparalleled dominance for this guy. I'm struggling to remember the first session. I don't think we had capture cards up and running at that point. And first sessions are always, of the live qualifier, are always a bit of a feel the mood kind of setup. But of the two sessions I do remember, which is this one and the one yesterday, there was just never, it was just sort of in a lot of ways never in doubt. Like, he just, was there a single thing that, I feel like even the stages that he hasn't won, let's say the dual stake thing today, or the memory valid yesterday, if the competition had been close enough for him to need that, he probably would have been able to knock that out as well. It's just that he doesn't need it, so he doesn't care. He doesn't, it's not that he doesn't care, it's he doesn't spend the energy because he doesn't have to. Yeah, he's got his ODTs, yeah. All valid points, but it also sort of leads to the same conclusion. I'm at the point where I feel like I can start packing my bags, literally. Sorry to say. Well, at least Matt didn't miss anything in a way. This tells all the entire story, doesn't it? We're in the final hour of the comp, and for various reasons, not a single one of the systems is up. Go for a random HG. Yeah. If what booth are we at again? I have it on my Insta. That's another thing. My Insta is throttled for some reason. I put up an Insta post this morning, so 6 hours ago, and it's still not reflecting, which is odd. How do I look at my own posts? Shouldn't that just be obvious? Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh no, I didn't put the post number in there. I guess what we do is we increase our bitrate for the grand finale, such as it is, by 500 kilobits. And we reopen the browser just to look at booth numbers at Computex. Because that's the state of this competition right now. Well, you know, that's how things go sometimes. Okay, we briefly saw his valets. Okay, they are still bothering me that there's no UAC disable. You know, he's all the time in the world now, and he's still not bothering to disable UAC. What is wrong with him? Okay, there are 2 exhibition halls used by Computex here in Nangang. There's building 1 and building 2. We're in building 1. So as the G.SKILL website describes it, we are at Nangang Exhibition, excuse my terrible pronunciation, Exhibition Center Hall 1F, which is Asian English for first floor, or to make it even more confusing, what I would call the ground floor. And it's booth J0818, and come hang out because that's about all that's left to do today. And I'll just quickly throw that link into chat. This is the main G.SKILL page for all that was going on this week. Most of it is over now. Here was the world record stage schedule. I haven't met Nick Shi. Maybe I should go over there and say hi to Nick Shi. Yeah, today's May the 23rd, at least Taiwan time. In some countries it may still be the 22nd. Here's the competition and the prize money for each spot. Since the only camera we have is from sort of behind their backs, you may as well look at their headshots here. That's the 9 benchers. So Black Dot, Jack Cheng, Surgeman, Lumi, Mika, and Demon were eliminated yesterday. Today we were down to Biso, Sebi, and Sens. And realistically we're down to just Sens. There's also an extreme mod stage, which is, I don't know why I'm going to be, like, there's no real point in me pointing in directions, but just to give you an idea, I suppose. The comp and the world record stage is in front of me. The mod stage is to the left of me. So it's quite a big booth. Not as big as Gigabyte next door, but it's still impressive. So the likes of, so Zeus is upstairs on the 4th floor, which is confusing. So because of the height of the ceilings, they've decided to number the floors that don't exist. So the ground floor is the 1st floor, and the 1st floor is the 4th floor. You still following me? So Zeus is on the so-called 4th floor, which I would call the 1st floor because it's 1 floor up from the ground floor, but because of the height of the ceilings, I've decided to call it the 4th floor. So Zeus having a Zeus booth, and they also have an ROG booth. Next to us is the Gigabyte booth, which is also sort of attached to an Aorus, whatever booth. Let's just look at the floor plan, because what else is there to do? Switch to English. That's what I was talking about. Tynex 1, Tynex 2. So as an example, ASRock is in Tynex 2. We're in a Tynex 1. Come on, where's the floor plan? Visitor, I guess. Floor plan. Okay, we may as well go into detail here, because why not? A lot of these manufacturers don't really mean anything to me. We've got Intel on the same floor as us. We've got MSI on the same floor as us. Gigabyte is huge. Team Group is close by. Synology, I use in Synology now, so that's kind of cool. Transcend, not really an overclocking. It's like they do like storage and not overclocking RAM, right? And V-Color, that's a RAM manufacturer. A Pacer, that's more like cases and stuff, isn't it? It's funny that Lightion is still around. PNY becoming more relevant now, right? With GPUs. So that's our floor. Then you go up the escalators and you end up. The 3rd floor is just meeting rooms and stuff, but 4th floor is an actual exhibition floor. So upstairs we have Acer, MSI. 2 spots for Asus. One is ROG, one is Asus regular. ADATA, BenQ, ASRock. I actually talking about the ASRock booth. I spotted a 520 hertz IPS panel up there. 1080p, obviously. And I kind of threw the guy in a loop because I asked whether it has DSC, display stream compression, because the Aussie benchers, not me specifically, but I've been sort of on the fringes of this, and the Aussie benchers have been binning monitors for 3 Micro 3, and broadly speaking, this is not going to be all that criteria, but broadly speaking, what you want for 03 is high refresh rate, 1080p panel, that overclocks well and doesn't have display stream compression. Then you kind of bin outputs as well, like, you know, in a very, very theoretical sense, because his output doesn't exist anymore these days on high refresh panels. You'd want VGA first, that's the lowest latency, then DVI, then I think its DisplayPort is a little bit better than HDMI in general. And then like USB-C is just like an encapsulation of DisplayPort, so I can't imagine that being better than DisplayPort. So either the same or worse than DisplayPort. And I think HDMI is the absolute worst interface possible. Maybe USB-C is even worse, but I'm not even considering that. But let's say of the big four, VGA best, DVI next best, DisplayPort next best, and then HDMI worst. And then the USB-C is like outside the competition even. And I asked the dude, you know, does this panel looks pretty sick? You know, if I down res to whatever the 1024 by 768, which is the 3 Micro 3 bench res. If I down res to that, it feels like that panel might do 6, 7, 8, 900 hertz depending on a lot of things. But the score might not be that great with DSC on. So can you either show me you disabling DSC or tell me whether or not the panel has DSC? And I didn't know, so he was gonna email me that. I'm still ASRock person, please email me. I need to know for the purposes of Phone 3 what that panel does or does not do with its signal. Okay. Yeah, not a lot going on. In terms of, so that's upstairs in this hall. Let's go hall 2. Oh, actually, where's area N? I wanna check by the, once the stream is over, I wanna check, walk past the J5 Create folks, because I wanna let them know that their graphic cards are amazing. Kit.co. So this is not up to date, but this is the streaming setup I run. Cameras, lenses, microphone, audio interface, and this is a new kit on the block. Is J5 Create. What? Yeah, it's the actual J5 Create. JVA06 is the model number. This is what I'm running. 2 of them. And they have a booth, in area N, and I don't know where area N is, so let's check that out. So floor 1, we're in area K. Sorry, J. J and K are really close to one another. So if I mouse over, it should, yeah. So this is J, K, K. Okay, so it's color coded. J, I, K. Is the area we're around. So JRK, so N, where's N? I want to go to N. 4th floor. L, N. Oh. So the USB implementers forum has a booth? I want to go there. Whatever those people are up to, it's going to be interesting. Where is J5? Elsa. I passed by Elsa. I didn't know that they still did stuff. I remember Elsa from graphics cards like 30 years ago. Where's the zoom function? Is there a zoom function? Yeah, it's behind my laptop. SK Hynix is down there. Network Optics. Fluence. Where's J5? Oh, it might be... They must have a really small booth. Look at the size of the NVIDIA. Oh, you can't see it. Max Linear. Okay, I guess I'm about to use the search function. I thought I could find it visually. J5 Create. Oh, it's in the purple thing. So that's still considered N. So upstairs and this direction. Interesting. Yeah, that's upstairs. And there's a whole other building that I may or may not move on to, depending on how much more boring the comp gets. Hey, good for Sens. Congrats to him. He's doing well. He's a sick. Oh, he's a sick bencher. Mr. Hold on. Gregory. He posted it, right? I just had something come up in my feed, but now I can't find it anymore. Black dot. Ooh, look at the amount. This is how much rain there is in Sydney right now. This is the governor basically of my state, giving updates on the public transport information situation. I hope my house isn't flooded in my absence. That would really suck. Safe Disc is posting about Secret OC. So we have right to left. We have Jiacheng, Paul, Black Dot, Benchmark. Not sure who this person is. Demon, and Slams. Okay, what else is going on? Oh, and Mr. Okay, Sebi kicked it into touch. Let's have a short look. Yeah. No, still no signal. I'll go back. I'm not like 1 billion% tuned out of the comp, but I just on demand I shall go back there. Anyway, okay, let's remove my filter and then let's go to the other building. Tynex 2, first floor. Okay. I haven't gone to the first floor yet, so I actually may pop over there later on. I don't recognize any of these things. Does Lindo have a booth? I should walk over there with my laptop and be like, can you please fix this? Gold Key, Flight Tech. This is all wild. Is this the floor of brands that don't exist in the West? Is that what's happening right now? Okay, this is more interesting. Okay, ASRock is up there. I sort of questioned their focus because when I walked past that booth, all I saw initially is server PSUs, and I'm like, can you show boards, please? You're ASRock. Foxconn, that's more of like an OEM type OEM. DeepX, that must be like an AI thing. Chaintech, didn't know Chaintech still existed. Antec, I recognize that. MSI. Hopefully I can catch Lucky Noob over there. I haven't actually met him. Zeus. Hold on. Oh, this is Hall 1 again. Never mind. Hall 2, first floor. Sorry, my mistake. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Cut me some slack. Whole lot of nothing here. What the hell is SSI? Flight Tech. Right, okay. Now let's go floor 4, hall 2. Center stage. That appears not to be a brand, but rather like a description of what's there. Why is PGG so big and why do I not know them? Programmers Group. Okay, that explains it. I'm not into gaming. Zippy, Deep Cool, Yanli, NTU, Pi Stage. I thought Maxon was here. Their booth was pretty big. How am I not spotting it? Where's Maxon? Alright, Blind, Seasonic. Oh, Niels might be up there. Okay, let's use this stupid. I thought they were. Oh, they're upstairs in this hall. Okay, because the two halls are kind of connected, and at one point I transitioned between the different halls without knowing, and I was like, I thought this was going to be... Okay, close to ASRock. Cool. Back to the stage. We have Way from G.SKILL on the right. We have Sen's styling. We have Greg Oleski just chilling. We have Sebi having essentially given up, it feels like. He's talking to Albi. But is he safe in second? Like, I feel like we kind of have to do the opposite to what we did yesterday where we were excluding people. Here we must include people. Like Sens is like excluded because he's won. Previously in certain sessions we were excluding people because they were disqualified, like they were no longer in the running. So let's just put a bracket around Sens and say there's still a race of some sorts to be had between Sebi and Biso, but I don't know what their rig issues are. They obviously both have rig issues. So Sebi has given up. Is that an indication of the fact that he feels safe in second? Because what's the score again? Or what's the amount of money that people get? Yeah, this $1,500 on the line. I never scrolled through the rest of this page. Okay, so here's the benchers. Then there's the extreme mod stage. I know some of these people. I know Shaggy, and I've met Mike. The rest I'm clueless on. Oh, I've heard of Stuart Tonks, but I don't know who he is, and I've never met him. You can't get the system running anymore, but does Biso have? Okay, G.SKILL since 1989. Okay, back to the stage cam. Okay, so Sense is in BIOS, talking to Wei. Sebi is like philosophizing with League. Biso, let's check in on Biso. Oh, blue screen. It appears as though Biso is ever so slightly closer to running a benchmark than Sebi is. In a relative sense, not in an absolute sense. I think they're both really far away from running a benchmark. What's going on, dude?
How you doing, bro?
Good. So I've got Greg in the booth again. Yeah, I don't know to what degree you've been following the comp, but essentially,
For the most part.
Sense has won.
Yes.
There's still 1,000.
Sebi, Biso still hasn't. He's not posting any scores, but he still has a chance. They got roughly half an hour.
Yeah.
Like 35 minutes.
But what I'm sort of a little bit curious about is, so there's champion is decided.
Yes.
Every place below, including up to and including fourth, is decided.
Yeah, but what happens when there's a tie?
Yeah. That's a whole other thing, right?
Yeah.
We can go into that in a minute. But second and third, so there's still $1,500 on the line essentially here.
Yes.
I've reason to believe that Sebi's rig is just not cooperating, so it's not putting up scores
Yeah,
anymore.
he's been having a lot of technical issues.
So now the question becomes, how realistic is it for Biso to come from behind and still get second?
Realistically, within 35 minutes, not very likely. But then again, yesterday he proved me wrong because I said no, absolutely not. Biso is gone. I told that I said that to myself.
Right.
And he just jumped up to second place out of nowhere.
Yeah. No, I
so
mean,
we'll see what Biso's hiding behind the scenes because Biso's a hell of an overclocker, man.
Yeah. I'm not an oracle or anything, but I did early on in that stream. Early on in that stream yesterday, I said Biso absolutely can crank out all these scores. It's a tough ask, but he can do it, and he ended up doing it. But I think that it's an even taller order today for him to get second than it was for him to qualify yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, today is the deciding factor. So
yeah, so he's currently running things. I don't think he's really getting anywhere, but he's at least got a running system, whereas Sebi doesn't.
Yes. And that's why I'm worried for Sebi, because I was really rooting for Sebi.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Americans are, and I can understand why.
We all
are. I'm impartial, but just given the texture of this competition, how it's sort of run, my sort of horse in the race was Biso, so I'm still rooting for him, but I realize that it's an extremely tall order now. What he pulled off yesterday, like
dude, all three. Well, not all three of them, because Sans wiped the floor with everybody yesterday, and he's wiping the floor with everybody today. But what Sebi and Biso pulled off yesterday was no more than a feat of chance. Like, it was nuts.
Yeah, so let's just look at it in a relative sense between Sebi and Biso as Sense is first. Biso's ahead in 7-zip.
Yes.
He's ahead in 32M.
Yep.
He's last in Geek.
Yes.
I feel like he'll
no
just...
memory validation.
Yeah, but those scores are kind of...
They're...
if you were to add 3 more scores and just... They would actually be good enough for second.
Which is probably what he's going to do at the end. We'll see where the cards may lie. I mean, Biso always surprises me. Like last year, this is the exact lineup as last year.
Yeah, it is.
First, second, third. Yeah. This is how it played out. So we'll see how it goes.
I mean, he's doing stuff. It's certainly possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got him on the screen.
Yeah. So, okay, let's just theorize as to what would have to happen for him to get second. I know it's a tall order. I feel like those 3 stages.
Well, Sense's memory frequency is pretty low.
Yeah, but that's the dual channel one.
Yeah, that's true.
His all out is
right.
Good.
That one is very strong. So he can make up points in a dual channel.
Yeah.
Which one is stage 2?
That is the Y Cruncher. Has
32B.
1B, but it's the
1B.
HEWA special with the CAS 30 and 1T restriction.
Oh.
Yeah. So okay, let's just go through the empty stages. He's currently 32Ming, but that's a stability test. I don't think he's actually trying to improve his 32M because that's quite good. He would have to. Sebi's all-out valid is actually his dual-channel valid. He's not managed an all-out valid.
No.
So for me, the easy gains to be had are in all-out valid.
Yep.
Sebi's close to Sen's in the, whatever this is, the Y Crunch. That he was special. That would be my least priority because essentially coming third or not having a score is the same.
Well, that's the thing. Like with Biso, like he always posts his scores at the end. I wonder if he already has them and he's just saving them.
We can try and what we can do is we can try and look at his results folder when he brings it up.
Okay.
Which may take forever. Oh, now he's scaling his display and killing us.
Well, yeah, we have about 28 minutes.
Yeah. But we started a little bit late.
A little late?
Yeah, because Biso turned up late.
So we got 30 minutes. We'll just call it 30.
So he's now gone into 256 color mode and done all sorts of wacky stuff. But these are 32M tweaks. Is there something we don't know? Like maybe he has these 3 stages in the bag, he just hasn't subbed them.
Yeah, that's very much a possibility. That's what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, it just popped up.
But it was still he was certainly putting out the scores in quick succession, but he didn't literally sandbag 3 stages.
No, not at all. So we'll see what he's doing. I mean, it could be a repeat of last year.
Yeah.
But Sens for sure. I'm gonna call it right now.
Yeah. We're not even discussing that. The only thing
is
that
Biso
is
and Sebi.
just a slight bit in doubt is who gets second. That's the only thing we're still talking about. Which is $1,500 US. That's nothing to sneeze at.
No, absolutely not. I mean, $1,500. That would have covered my last night's massage. We'll not talk about that.
Let's not get into that. This is a family friendly.
Well, it wasn't one of those.
I wouldn't know either way.
Avoid those at all costs.
Right. Okay. Okay, let's just think about this for a second. The challenge is 2 of the outstanding stages are valids. That means that we may not get a glimpse at his valids folder until the very end of the competition. True. So the one that we may be able to glimpse on stream is the HEWA special, because that's a bench-mated benchmark.
Right. Yeah.
So if he does end up producing a 32M, we can then try and cache his results folder and maybe see what he's got in that stage.
Can you do that?
I can do all kinds of things, but we need to. He needs to actually produce a score.
Right.
What's he doing now? He's killing stuff.
Yep.
Oh, he's setting priority, setting infinity, all kinds of fancy stuff. Wow. Okay. So he's shoving explore. Okay. So this is a known tweak, which is you set all of. So there's certain processes you can't kill. So what you do with the processes you can't kill is you set them to a particular core and set them to low priority. So he's doing that now, and he's getting not exact. Lovely. That's what you want. I don't know who J and K is on YouTube, but I won't answer that question.
What's the question? Unity loves massages. Oh,
it's more of a statement than a question.
That's more of a statement.
Okay.
To be fair, I gotta, because you kind of play that off like I got a dirty massage.
I know you didn't.
No, I got a massage where they stood with their feet into my back, and I'm bruised like crazy right now. So it wasn't a dirty massage. It was a very good massage, but I'm in pain.
Well, the good massages always cause pain, so that's
true,
that's a good
but
thing.
not 2 days later. Generally, at least. I'm in pain.
Right. Okay.
What did you just say?
In Philly.
Biso, I think.
Oh, I know who this is. Thanks for tuning in. He's a real life friend.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Anyway, so Yi has been like the top theory crafter on the stream. When Matt and I were kind of overloaded yesterday with everything that was happening all at once,
right.
Yi was like, "Oh, such and such bench needs exactly 200 milliseconds in such and such a bench to get second or whatever." So, if Yi says that Biso needs stage 2 and 6, then I tend to believe that.
I believe it too.
Yeah,
I agree with that assessment.
And assuming no more work on Geek 3, I think, so Biso has struggled in Geek, so it wouldn't surprise me if he just never went back to Geek. So yeah, I think that's all solid predictions going on here. Yeah, man, so...
Man, I like his rundown.
Yeah, he's on top of things.
Very cool.
What else is there to talk about? Oh, what is your, just moving away from, because it's going to take 4 more minutes for this run to complete, right?
Oh, we have over 20 minutes. So
in terms of how many Computexes have you gone to?
This is my 4th Computex.
In a row?
Yeah, not in a row.
Accounting for COVID, I mean.
Yeah, 2018, 2019, 24, and 25.
Okay, cool. So, what is like the stuff you do when you're at Computex besides drinking and getting massages?
Outside of the drinking, which is always fun. Business meetings, well, especially this year because I started out my own system integrator company. I'm
cool.
a PC builder, which is really cool.
Right.
I walked away from manufacturing and technically engineering, but meetings. But primarily, I stay at the G.SKILL booth.
Yeah, because it's the best booth, right?
It's the best booth. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun. You have XOC, you have beer, you have women. All 3 of the above, they just tend to work together. It's a conglomerate.
I haven't spotted any women, but that's because I'm
talking about the G.SKILL women, though I ignore them because they're all Eastern European.
Hey, be careful now.
I'm joking.
We have Eastern Europeans
in the
chat, and they're going to be offended by that.
Nothing against Eastern Europeans.
All right, cool. Right, so you're like sort of self-employed, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Entrepreneur.
Yeah, so your focus is, you're an entrepreneur, but like you do like mostly tech stuff?
Yes. I mean, we build PCs, but coming from an XOC background, I finally tuned my PC. So I'm providing kind of like what Splave did with his Splave PC thing didn't really launch. No offense to Splave. Sorry, Alan. No one's paying $10,000 for a PC, and not in this economy.
Oh, there's Lumi.
Oh, Lumi's here.
Yeah, and SafeDisk.
Yes. No, they got to come collect the money.
They what?
They got to come collect the money.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. No, but I mean, basically what I provide is just an end result, a consumer product that is finely tuned from my XOC background.
Right, okay.
So I take the time. I spent 10, 15 hours on every PC build.
Right, and it's like PC in the sense of like a gaming rig or a workstation?
Essentially a gaming rig. If they want a workstation, I always tune for efficiency.
Right.
That's what we learn as XOCers, right?
Yeah.
It's always about efficiency. But I target more the efficiency aspect for workstations and lower power draw, lower everything, lower temperatures, just stability, everything that I could do to make a more stable, efficient OS.
Have you seen the new Threadrippers that have been launched a day ago or something?
The 96 core one, the 9995. How many 9s are in there?
I think it's 9995.
I think there's 3 9995.
Yeah. It's usually a 4-digit code. Oh, it's giving me the
96 cores. Yeah. 34 degrees Celsius, guys. It's hot.
I haven't been outside in like 6 hours, so I wouldn't know.
It's rough. It's rough outside.
It's always rough outside in Taiwan.
Taiwan's different.
All right, we may as well switch over to this for a second. Right, so code word is Shimada Peak. Architecture is 5C, which is the same thing I have in my laptop, coincidentally.
Okay.
But it's got SMT, so that now you're talking 180.
Yeah, 192
threads.
92, yeah, or 92.
So boost of 5.4, base of 2.5, which doesn't mean very much.
I don't believe that TDP though. 350 watt TDP.
Depends on how they're measuring it, right?
Right.
So
I never trust AMD or Intel's, to be honest.
But like 96 megabytes of L2.
Of L2.
L2.
Yeah, that's insane.
What is going on?
Well,
there?
you have to remember. I mean, L2 cache takes up
core.
a big chunk of the node for the cores themselves.
Yeah.
So the actual on die size,
It's
the
huge.
lithography is huge when you compare them to the die size.
Yeah, because
so that's insane.
It's not very scalable, right? Like
No.
if you go to from 5 to 3 nanometer or whatever, your core more or less scales perfectly, but your cache doesn't scale hardly at
Well, that's
all.
where the L3 comes in.
Yeah.
So the L3, are they still manufacturing L3 on a separate die? On the I/O?
Some of it.
Some of it?
Yeah.
The
the
X3D, they don't count. I'm not counting those. But as far as the general sense, this is an X3D CPU, of course.
Right.
But that 384 megabytes of cache, that's on a separate die than the cores themselves, right?
I haven't looked into it. Your guess is better than mine.
I want to say it's on the I/O die.
Yeah.
Like
so
the system agent die, as I like to call it.
4 nanometer for the core, 6 nanometer for the I/O die, which that's TSMC speak, right? Like 4 is actually a 5.
4 is like a 5.
A 5 nanometer derivative,
Yeah,
and 6
4,
is a 7
4
derivative.
plus.
Yeah. Package die count 13, so you've got the I/O die and then 12 other dies. So 96 divided by 12, whatever that is, that's the size of a CCD. So yeah, it's still 8-core CCDs, which is insane. So it's got PBO, nothing interesting there. Still STRX5.
That's awesome. I'm sure I have friends that are willing to donate me that CPU and they'll pick it up.
No
I'll probably
iGPU,
bench
come
it just
on.
for
I
fun.
want an iGPU on my workstation.
Well, dude, you don't need an iGPU. Like, even my main rig uses a RTX 85000 ADA. No discrete GPU.
Someone, DDDD said...
Oh, 32 megabytes per LL3 CCDs. Okay. So the rest is offloaded or separate. Well, I think.
No, it's...
There is 32 megabytes.
Yeah, but we have to be careful about how we describe things. So
because this isn't...
The I/O die is literally manufactured on a different process. That's an entirely different package.
Yep.
But what we're talking about with the cache is shared between CCDs. Therefore, it sits in between the CCDs, but it's like on the same package still. As far as I understand it.
Yeah, I'm an Intel guy, so you guys got to keep me
Intel
up
still
to
makes
date.
CPUs?
Yeah, apparently.
They should probably give up soon.
What's up, man?
Well, at least the smoke effects are happening. I don't know how much actual benching is happening. What's going on with Biso?
Yeah, we'll see what's going on with
Biso has returned to Geek, even though I thought he wasn't gonna. So let's see what he's cooking up there.
Oh yeah.
How late did you guys out?
What's that?
How late did you guys out last week?
Not even 52K.
Me, like 2:30. Lumi? What else? I don't know. 5?
He sent me that pic at like 3:30 in the morning.
He would.
He was like, come out. I'm in bed.
Dude,
I just got back.
I woke up at 6 a.m. He was already up. He's nuts. Only Lumi.
So, yeah, 32
Solid pass.
Yeah, but it's not going to score well.
No.
No, he's not even at 52K. I mean, who knows? Maybe he literally has so much stuff sandbagged that
That's what I'm thinking.
that Geekbench 3 is the last remaining one to look at.
Right.
I don't know.
He's not using the batch file.
Ooh.
But the batch file doesn't score better.
Yeah, but it's the same time.
It scores hardly any time. It reduces the run length by something like 10 seconds. That's nothing. I don't buy that tweak. I mean, it is a tweak, but it's so insignificant. And the thing about that is you've got to buy a Geekbench 3 license, and I'm too cheap to do that.
I own one. I'm not gonna lie.
Like and back in Geekbench 3 days,
It's one of my favorite benches.
it is for
Geekbench
me
3.
too. But there was a split between the bencher's license and the professional license.
Right.
And the bencher's license, which is what I have and bought, paid $5 for or something, that just allows you to validate files offline and have an account and save all of the scores.
Right.
However, in order to be able to use the batch version, you've got to buy or illegally acquire a professional license.
Illegally. Ignore that, guys. Wherever the camera is, there it is. Illegally.
So I'm just not down for that. And back in the day, I don't know what the pricing is like now.
I think it's like $60 or something like that. It's not bad.
That's a lot for a bench. I've never spent $60 on a bench.
I have. I remember when 3D Mark Time Spy first came out, it was $60.
Like my
I was the idiot that paid for it. And now it's like what, 10, 5, 3, maybe?
The benches that I have paid for have been like in the $5 range. So I waited for the Steam sale to buy PC Mark 10.
I don't run anything off Steam.
No, but you don't have to. So all of the benchmarks that are available to purchase through Steam can then be standalone installed, and the key you get through Steam can be extracted out of Steam and put into the standalone benchmark.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, you just log into your account, you look at your keys.
Oh shit. Well, I bought it when it first came out, so it's too late for me. I already paid the money.
I use Steam literally just to get cheaper prices on benchmarks.
Yeah, you can't beat Steam.
I bought like 3D Mark, Time Spy Extreme and all that stuff, and Speedway, whatever, through Steam when it was on sale, and then just standalone installed it. Same with PC Mark 10, same with, Geek 5 and 6 I think I bought straight off of the website for whatever the price is. Oh, sorry, 3 and 4. 5 and 6 now is $100. But the ones that are affordable, which is I believe 3 and 4, I spent whatever it was, $9.99 on or whatever.
Okay.
So,
6 was the one where they changed this.
What is he saying here? Buffers or of failed Computex or question what a meme?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
The stream seems stable. That person has to elaborate a little bit. Geek 6 Pro is 100. Yeah, so with
that sounds about right.
With 5 and 6, they moved on to a model where there was no longer 2 different licenses. So it's either like you run a completely free version and you have to have your bench rig online, or you shell out the $100.
Yeah.
And the benchmark person who makes the benchmark has been contacted about it and told that you should probably reintroduce that other licensing model, because all it takes is for 10 benchers to buy it, and then you've made the $100 that you would have made. You know what I mean? Like if currently one in 10 benchers is buying the expensive license, or 1 in 11, let's say, if you were then to reintroduce this cheaper license, you'd be making more money.
Right. No, it's true. It's absolutely true.
Yeah, Geek 5 is $13 pounds. So so it was Geek 6 that changed the licensing model.
6 is pretty expensive. That's got to be 100. Hey, Mark, you want to sit down? Sure. I got to go take videos after. I'm just waiting for the girls to leave.
So before you leave, I guess you can plug whatever. So you make custom PCs, you have a YouTube channel?
I mean, I don't really use my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
To be fair, I use it once a year for Computex.
Well, that's more than I use my YouTube channel, basically.
And same with Twitch. Like, I really don't. I have a Twitch channel, and I couldn't even log into it because it's linked to my son's tablet. Because that's my old phone number and email, and it's linked to my son's tablet. So all the verification codes go to his tablet. I'm like, you're 3,700 miles or 3,700 miles away or something like that.
So Biso is back in OS. What? So he's screwing around with WMIC command lines, it seems like.
Okay.
There's a new version of Notepad available. He should probably install that. He's got time, right?
Not really, no.
That was a joke. So
he has less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's building a WMIC command. I'm curious as to what it's going to do. Probably nothing, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Where's he at in Geek? He hasn't
last.
Nothing.
Yeah, absolute dead last. I'm refreshing, but still dead last. So it makes sense to me that he's working on Geek.
Yeah.
Given that he
But
is.
I guarantee you he has some
wacky
scores
stuff.
that he's just going to post in the next few minutes.
So he's second in 32M. He's also second in 7-zip.
Yep.
He's last in Geek. So there's definitely a scenario where, depending on how big the scores are that he's about to drop, he may still get second in the comp.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the state of play. What is it doing? Set priority 256. Hey George,
How you doing, buddy?
what's going on?
I know. Unbeatable right now.
Does Biso have sandbags?
He's sandbagging, dude. I think so. He's just gonna post some shit tons. He's gonna be like, here, take this USB stick. Here you go.
I feel like check. It seems like he hasn't posted anything.
We'll see within the next 15 minutes.
They got 15 more minutes.
Roughly. I mean, it's like 2:20. Yeah, 10, 15 minutes at most.
So yeah, I wish I could say it's exciting times, but we have a winner. And
Yeah,
we're just
Sands is
running down the
we
clock.
can already declare that, right?
Taking the W just like last year.
Yeah, just like last year. And you know what's the ironical part is it's the same order right now.
Yeah,
No,
It's so perfect.
that's part of the reason I wanted
Repeat.
Demon
It's
to
like
make
the
it into the
Chicago
finals.
Bulls.
But anyways, close.
a phenomenal first-time venture, maybe the best I've seen. First time
I-
ever on this
I-
stage, he did great.
Yeah, I met him waiting for the doors to open in the morning yesterday, and he told me he's been benching Ambient since 2017, but he's only done 6 months of LN2. That's crazy.
He's done the Lord's work. That's
Yeah. No, okay, Geek
All right,
score is getting worse and worse and worse.
No, that's not good.
Yeah.
the rest of the
Yeah. So,
This is oh yeah, it is Biso's.
did Sebi have platform issues? I wasn't there. I don't remember.
You know what? Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just taking photos yesterday
Or last year.
and today and video. Which reminds me, I kind of have to go out there. I'm just waiting for.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye.
I don't think they're leaving, dude.
They might stick around until the very end.
They
huh?
might. That's okay. I'll post my video without the finale. We got it on live stream, right?
We've got Elmer on stream. Who else is around? Is that a Sophos?
What?
Bottom right? Or is that Sebi having given? Oh no, Sebi's still
No,
there.
Sebi's
there.
Sebi's
But
right
that
there.
looks a little bit like
that's
Sophos.
Hawa.
Yeah, okay.
That's Sebi.
Yeah, I know. So we know everyone else here, but that sort of looks a little bit like the back of Sophos' head, but I don't know. Then again, he's from a rival. Like he used to be with Gigabyte, but now he works for Corsair. So it's it's okay. It's just some random.
Yeah, it's
dude.
not.
I'm overinterpreting.
See the side profile.
Yeah.
Dude, I like that Stream Deck. I gotta give me one of those.
So, yeah, it's amazing. I've
If
been
I
using
don't
it for
stream
years
anymore,
and years.
but it looks very
Let me
convenient.
go to the face cam for a second. So that's what Greg is referring
Yeah,
to.
Stream Deck.
But every single position on this is in use, and in fact, there are 2 views that I don't have on here because I've run out of space. So you can do stuff like in page to the next
But they
page.
sell them with more buttons, right?
I was about to get to that. So
Okay.
to work around it, I could have assigned a next page button and then have another 5, and
Okay.
then
So
or,
5 out of 6.
Yeah,
plus
or
whatever.
you can software switch Stream Deck. So what you can also do is like you can page through here. See how it's switching between the
Oh,
buttons?
interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's
dude.
amazing, dude. But I have never at home. My streaming setup is a little bit less elaborate than this. I think it goes
Right.
without saying. And there, I'm fine with the 6 buttons. But in terms of number of hardware buttons, there's the 6. This is the mini. This is 6. There's the regular, which is 15, and then there's the XL, which is 32. So once I get home, I'm gonna upgrade to at least the 15.
Yeah, I don't think 32 is necessary.
But depending on what the price difference is, if the price difference is only like 5 or 10%, I might go 32 just
Yeah.
future-proofing.
yeah, why not? Yeah, but it could also get confusing.
But it's you can.
No, I
you
mean,
can,
once you start working with something, it's
Yeah.
kind of like second nature.
like you
Muscle
can
memory.
custom load pictures into here. So you could make this button like all red, this button all green, like to
Dude,
color
it
label.
looks really
It's-
cool.
I've been using it for 7 years.
I'm so out of touch with
I
modern day
can't fault
technology.
this. Now,
I'm just an old man at this point.
me too. Elgato, which is the manufacturer of Stream Deck, they where's Biso? Let's keep it on Biso for a bit. Their their capture cards, both the USB-based ones and the PCI ones, I don't rate at all. I've used them in the past. I've had to sell them because they couldn't handle BIOS resolution.
Yeah, I use AverMedia.
Yeah,
They're expensive.
It can be. I have an even more expensive capture card than that. But their Stream Deck and their they have like a stand type thing. I love that. So yeah, I'm definitely going to either 15 or 32 because next year, if there is a next year, I have to discuss with
There
G.SKILL.
will be a next year.
I have to talk
You'll
to
be
Fran.
back.
Yeah, I
I'll
know.
be back.
I know the competition will be back, but I have to still sort of, let's say,
Manage it.
negotiate with G.SKILL. If there is a next year, the type of stuff I'm planning is, he's back on 7-zip.
It sounds like we're in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I want to add like
Once they pull this song up,
like especially on like the individual view like this.
Yeah.
I love to have like CPU temp probe, memory stick 1 temp probe, memory stick 2 temp probe, and Elmore has like a little PCB that does that. So
really?
I want to.
Oh yeah, I saw
Yeah.
the system when it was
I want to
mentioned.
hook up with Elmore and get 3 of his little
Yeah,
PCBs
for all the
and
contestants.
absolutely go to town next year because one of the things that I'm not able to discern in here in the booth is temps.
Right.
So I want that information relayed back
Yeah,
somehow.
there's no other way outside of capturing it with a single camera.
Nah, that's a waste of like.
That's a
bandwidth.
waste of time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even
Because-
do that. They'll knock it over. They don't care. They'll be
Yeah.
like, camera, get the hell out of here.
Elmore's thing, he's really smart, obviously, in terms of hardware and all that. He told me that my understanding of it is that at the end of the day, it kind of just writes text into a text file. So then all you have to do is like monitor that text file
Yeah.
and splice that data into your stream, and that's all.
That makes
all
sense.
Yeah. And it's got whatever number of inputs. I'm assuming 4 inputs. So that 4 inputs would be enough to monitor, depending on what the contestant wants to do. But 4 inputs would allow you to monitor CPU pod, stick 1, stick 2,
Right.
and the memory pod.
Everything,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. Biso is not reaching, he's now full screen tweaking. He's not reaching his current score, which is 83.2. His last one was 83.1.
Well, let's see what happens in the coming minutes with stage
yeah.
1, 2, and 6.
So yeah,
He's got to have something. I mean, I don't see otherwise. Like,
so
if he doesn't, then that's unfortunate. But-
I'm so happy I was able.
Dan's here.
Oh, in the chat, yeah.
Yeah, German victory. Go Dan.
So I'm so happy I was able to hook in another screen today because I only asked for 1 screen. I felt like that's all I could really ask because there's a shortage of screens. Then, like on day 2 or something, Shaggy came in to debug his rig, and there was a screen involved, but they needed the screen.
You're
But-
like, leave
but-
the screen. Just leave
But
it.
all of yesterday, it didn't really click in my head that I could use the screen. All of yesterday, there was no debugging going on anymore, yet the screen was left here.
Yeah.
So this morning when I set up, I was like, I'm grabbing that screen. And it's helped me enormously to keep everything up on the screens. But at home, in terms of screen real estate, I probably have an entire other screen's worth of real estate because I have a 34-inch ultra-wide and a benching screen.
Congrats, Sense.
It's done.
That's
It's
done.
over.
It's over.
It's over. All right.
Good job,
It's
buddy.
official. It's official.
I like the Taiwanese
Wave, yeah. So,
Yeah, Sens wins. Biso didn't post any. He didn't submit any scores.
There may still
so I
be
was
stuff.
wrong. I thought he was sandbagging for a little bit.
my understanding is that if the judges are doing it, then subbing of scores after the deadline is still allowed. It's just
Is
the
it?
production of scores that the deadline relates
Oh
to.
right, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So we'll keep a little bit of an eye. But if you
Yeah,
have to
but
go
no
and-
one's beating Sens. I'm sorry. He got
no. It's all about
50
seconds.
across the board outside of memory validation.
Yeah.
Generic memory validation. That's insane. Like he got. Could you pull that up on the stream?
Yeah, sure. So.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sends clean sweep.
Pretty much. Except the.
Outside
dual
of memory
channel valid.
validation.
Yeah, I'll just do a refresh. Nothing happening
not gonna
yet.
change.
Well, the sense part of things isn't going to change, but there's still a tiny bit of intrigue about second place. Not
Yeah,
long.
I don't think they're gonna change that. There's no valid score. I mean, unless he really did save those and they allow him to submit.
Either that, or there's an extremely remote chance of some scores getting pulled, but a lot of scores would have to be pulled in order for Sebi to drop to third.
Right.
A lot.
Dude, that's wild. Second year in a row.
Yeah,
Good for Sense.
he's a great bencher.
He is.
Which kind of leads on to the point that it's really, really sad that EVGA don't make boards anymore, because he used to be an EVGA bencher and he used to run Kingpin boards. And there's a real lack of diversity in terms of boards in this comp. We have 8 Asus benchers on 1 gigabyte.
Yeah,
no
one.
MSI, no ASRock, no.
Well, last year,
EVGA.
nothing
Yeah.
outside of Asus. 9 Asus boards. This year we have a little bit of diversity with 1 to 8.
Yeah.
One
yeah.
running a gigabyte board. Yeah, EVGA it's sad. I don't really want to get into the thick of it because I know too much about the politics of it all.
Me too. I've talked to Vince about it, but
pretty sad.
not something that can be shared.
Oh,
on
Vince
the
is
stream.
doing well though.
Yeah, but there's a lot of little like
Details.
sub stories.
Yeah.
on
Oh yeah,
that whole
there's
thing.
plenty involving Andrew.
Right.
We'll not talk about Andrew. I don't want to get
Anyway.
a cease and desist letter.
Oh, Delta's launching new routes. Great.
Oh, very nice.
Which ones are they? I'm not really a Delta freaking flyer. but-
What did the message say on Discord? Sebi won the 2-stick mem value.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Not overall mem. Yeah.
Seoul to Salt Lake
Generic.
City. I'm really sorry to go extremely off topic, but
No,
I am an
you're fine.
aviation geek. They're going to do Seoul to Salt Lake City. That's exciting. I love Salt Lake City.
Who is?
Delta Airlines.
Oh,
Okay, back to the comp. Let's sort of do a little bit of a summary.
okay.
Everyone's tearing down. No more scores are being produced. Sens has definitely
Wiped the
won.
floor.
Won the comp, start to finish. I guess I should open up Discord and check with Albie if there's still something happening with Biso.
Yeah, see
Unlikely.
what's up.
Unlikely, but let's see.
Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, there's 3 submissions that weren't even submitted. It's unfortunate, but I mean, 3rd place isn't bad.
Hey, Shai.
What's up, Shaggy?
Scores to come for Biso, or we are clear. 1, 2, 3. Sens. Sebi. Biso.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's the only relevant question anymore. Otherwise,
Essentially,
let's enjoy the music. It might bleed into the mic a little bit. We don't have sound on the stage, but people on stream might be able to hear it. So we've got music, we've got spectators, we've got visual effects, we've got people tearing down their rigs, and otherwise
And-
we're done. 4 days
Yeah.
of temp benching. It's all over.
It's all over, but it was a good ride. Congratulations again to Sens. Two back-to-back wins.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's not common.
I would love to just spend the tiniest amount of time on the other spots, which is hard to do, but okay. I keep this tab down here. People won't be able to see it on stream, but I'll just talk through it. OC champion, so Sens 10k,
Yep.
Sebi 6.5k, provisionally, Biso 5k. Who got 4th? Let's check. Demon, new bencher.
Yeah.
He's gone home
Dude,
with
that kid
4.2k.
surprised the shit out of me.
Yeah. No cursing, please. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's all good.
My bad, guys.
5th goes to Lumi, 3.4k. 6th goes to Black Dot, 3k. All of this US dollars, not Taiwan dollars, because that's a lot less money.
Yeah, USD.
7th, 2.8K goes to Mika. 8th, 2.6K goes to Serge. And Jian Cheng gets 2.5K. So that's the 40,000.
Yeah, and Serge is benching today.
No, today is Azrock Day. He was benching yesterday.
Oh, I could have swore I saw him today.
He's around. He's hanging out. But
no, he was on the stage.
He wasn't benching though because this is the schedule for the OC World Record Stage.
Yeah.
MSI first day, Azus the second day, Gigabyte yesterday with Serge, and Azrock, Nixie, and whoever TL.
Someone invited him up there.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
he was just hanging out. Chad, we're kind of, sort of, a little bit approaching the end of the stream. Any further questions or comments or concerns? I gotta take a break. I haven't had lunch or anything, so.
Oh really?
So.
Go grab something to eat.
Yeah. But what I was gonna say is, thanks. Next year is gonna be bigger and better. Don't worry. What's left today? We're at 2:36 local time. The exhibition doesn't finish until 5 or so. So the afternoon will be the prize ceremony and that kind of thing, giving out of big novelty checks and all the rest of it, and a cup, like a physical trophy. From my point of view, I'm not going to stream that. There's no value in that. There will be canned content courtesy of lots of different people, including Greg.
I'll record it.
So we're sort of winding down. It's been a fun 4 days. I should shout out lots of people. But shout out to Lenovo for my laptop not basically disintegrating.
Crashing.
Yeah. Shout out to, let's just go through everything. Lumix for making awesome cameras. Laowa for making awesome lenses. Greg has a Lumix as well. Sennheiser for making awesome microphones. And that's Audio Technica for making.
Funny enough, I have Audio Technica headphones and Sennheiser lav mics.
There you go.
With my Lumix camera, I think we're the same breed.
Yeah, Audio Technica for making awesome headsets with passive noise cancelling. Steinberg for providing all things audio. I'm not going to shout out the monitor manufacturers because let's keep them unnamed because these monitors are like 50 years old, it feels like.
Garbage.
Elgato for making an awesome Stream Deck. I was about to shout out the people who rented me the camera, but they were really painfully difficult about it.
Which camera are you using for this stream? Is that the
GH5?
GH5S?
So non-S.
Standard GH5.
Yeah. So the camera is mounted outside is one I own.
Yeah.
This camera is rented.
Okay.
Let's just go through and do through the
let's go
entire
through the hardware.
So the vent space itself for having awesome Ethernet, 100 megabits up and down. That's amazing. Logitech for my MX518. Okay, I shouldn't go that into detail. What else?
It's not laser, so you got them there.
I don't know. That's a really old mouse. HP for making an awesome USB-C dock. What else is in the chain?
Is it Thunderbolt?
Yeah, it's all the things.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll talk to you about it off stream if you're interested. Really, really important. Little old lady in a random shop in Taiwan for selling me a gazillion meters of HDMI cable, which I really, 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 really needed.
Guys, if you saw the cabling this man set up, it's just it works. Okay.
It's amazing.
It's amazing for a last minute effort to make this happen for you guys. He put in a lot of effort this year. Kind of wanted to do it last year, but Frank said no. This year he said yes. I don't want to do it, dude. I don't want to be in your shoes. I'm going to be honest. It's a lot of work, so good job, man.
In terms of what's left for my hardware chain, my capture cards, J5 Create, dual input. I have 2 of them. I bought them this week. I had no idea what they were going to be like. They are amazing. they capture BIOS like it's the easiest thing in the world, which most capture cards can't do.
Yeah, they can't. Like my AverMedia capture cards, even though they're like $350, they're 4K capture cards. They cannot capture BIOS.
Yeah.
I have to use like this Chinese like made USB to HDMI capture card just to circumvent it, and I'm just like, whatever, it works. But then suddenly they're coming out with these modern day capture cards which can actually read BIOS.
Yeah.
Really cool.
I'll put this link in stream chat as well. I'm just going through all the manufacturers. Okay. I keep it reasonably up to date. So this is what I actually own.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to buy an S. I don't own one, but I'm convinced that's a good camera. That's the lens that's outside. Okay, I don't want to switch.
You really like your Laowa.
Laowa is amazing, man. I didn't bring the 25. That's my mic. That's my audio interface. I didn't bring the macro.
Yeah, you got the full list, dude.
Those capture cards are amazing. J5 Create. I'm going to go to the booth right now once I'm off stream.
Oh, they're here.
They're here. They're in the end section upstairs, and I'm going to tell them from the bottom of my heart how amazing their capture cards are. I'm not exaggerating. They are awesome. So that's my PCIe set up at home that I couldn't run here.
Well, it's not going to go
so Elgato Stream Deck's amazing, capture cards so. I've run through about 6 or 7 different capture cards. This is what I've settled on at home, which is a quad for Blackmagic, from Blackmagic for my cameras, and then a single for the stream, for the actual rig cam. Then Stream Deck is obviously getting updated. I might just briefly go to the browser, but I do want people to follow the camera as well. Then Elgato for the mount for my. I don't use these janky ass desk tripods.
I've never used those either.
That's just because I'm traveling and I want to keep
I feel
weight
like this
down.
would break it.
Yeah. So at home I have
like a post.
I'll use my mouse so people can see it. I use this Elgato mount like that, and then I have the camera on the arm.
Yeah.
And the top of the Elgato mount I have like video lights, which is this, like a
Very
LED,
cool. I'm
LED
gonna
panel.
have to check out your streams.
Yeah, do. And then I always have normal tripods because I'm at home and I can just set up
Yeah,
whatever.
that's what I use. Basically, it's just a tripod.
And then that's my motherboard, that's my case, those are my clamps. Ulanzi, never, almost as important as the stream the capture cards. I went at the 11th hour. I went to a shop in Taipei, and I was like, I need a clamp, and I need a clamp that's not going to destroy my camera. And it's held up for hours on end. It's held up for 2 days straight, actually. I had to do like mounting tests in my hotel room.
Is that where you're using it for that GH5?
Yep.
On stage? Oh, that's nuts.
I
was curious, like, how did he actually mount that?
I'll show you in a minute when we're off stream. I bought that clamp at the 11th hour. Shops were closing at like 9 o'clock. I bought it at 8:30 the day before I wanted to start using it. Then I was in my hotel in my pajamas doing mounting tests with pillows underneath this fucking
Testing
thing.
the weight?
Because I didn't trust it. I left it up overnight.
Honestly,
it
with
didn't
a name
break
like
down.
Ulanzi, I wouldn't either, but it seems to work. So
I don't think Ulanzi have a booth here, but if they do, I'll also
Probably
hug
not.
them because that clamp is legit.
Good for them. They made a fantastic mount.
That
Because
clamp is
that
legit.
thing's been hanging for 4 days now.
Yeah. Help me out here. Am I missing any hardware whatsoever?
The hardware? Yeah, no. Definitely not.
Right. The absolute briefest of mentions of software. OBS for streaming, rock solid. Streamlabs for chat integration and all that good stuff. Amazing. Also a free service like OBS. A paid service, but still excellent in my opinion. Restream.io for the multi-streaming.
Restream's awesome.
I think that's kind of it in terms of software and hardware. Now, last but certainly not least, I got to start talking about companies and people.
Yes.
So, thanks to G.SKILL and Intel for sponsoring this competition. Without them, nothing would happen. Thanks to G.SKILL for providing the space and the internet and whatever else and the food. And of course, HarborBot for managing everything. Absolutely critical. In terms of people, the 4 judges, Hewell, Loud Silence, Young Pro, and Lee Hooft.
I still can't say that word.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Luke, oof. I don't know. You'll correct me.
And then on the G.SKILL side, I met a lot of wonderful people. The ones who stick out in my mind, but I hope people who I forget aren't offended. Wei, Frank, and Christine are the people I've most interacted with. You're all lovely people. Hope to see you again next year. Who am I forgetting? Oh, thanks to Matt for patching in and helping me out on the stream in the middle of the night. That was awesome. As we see Christine on the stage, that's very timely. Thanks to...
Yeah, ironically.
Yeah.
It's just like, what?
Thanks to Greg for hanging out with me.
Absolutely,
Thanks
man.
to Jia Cheng for doing an interview. Thanks to Peter for letting me stream to his channel.
I do want to get Umi in here because he has an interesting backstory.
Right, that might...
Let me text him, right?
Yeah, if you can get him right now, then fine. Otherwise, I need to run off and have some food.
He may not be paying attention because they're handing out checks right now.
Yeah. So, what I suggest is, I'm gonna go offline now.
Okay.
And then if we can work it out, I might do a post stream. But I've been live for 5 hours and 35 minutes.
You need a break, dude.
I've had like 2, 90-second breaks.
Yeah, I know. I came by and was like, oh, Unity left. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Okay. Chat, it's been awesome. I'm going to hit the button to stop the stream.
Well, you got to do the Taiwanese or Taipei.
Yeah.
Bye. Yeah, send off. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Maybe until later. Hold on. Let's turn off the stage cam so we can